on default. It's obviously the Yeti. It's the only thing plugged in. Filters. So I have a noise suppressor, and I need that, otherwise I sound like I'm in a server room because my computer is pretty beefy and it has a big fan on it. So we have a equalizer, a compressor, an expander, gain. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of work through these, and I'm just going to click on some random things and tweak them, up and down, and do live testing of my audio. So that's what it is. So let's start. Let's start with an equalizer, just because it might be interesting to see. So I'm not really sure. All I can do, like I said, is work through the equalizer, and then, or I'm sorry, work through these different filters, and then test the audio live. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And I know what the audio quality is now, so that's no question. But let's go ahead and go over to YouTube on my phone, and I'm going to listen to the stream as I make some changes. And I'm going to do it in a way that I mute myself here in stream after so I'll make a change, I'll talk, then I'll mute, then I'll listen to it on YouTube. So you're not seeing that part, but that's what's happening. But you'll see everything on the screen. And that's a good time to tell you as well that I have a second monitor, but the only purpose of it is for seeing my CPU and memory status, pretty much. I see like the top 7 CPU hungry resources, and I see the top 7 memory usage apps or programs on my computer. So that screen on the left has, I don't have notes on there, but sometimes I'll put the YouTube thing over there just so it's out of the way, and when I start my stream, it's not looking at YouTube, it's looking at my command prompt, or my terminal, or whatever I'm trying to look at that day. So let's go ahead and try this without further ado. Let me go ahead and let me reduce my highs, because that might be the solution by itself. Let me go ahead and reduce it down like to about 10 decibels. And I'm talking right now, so I'm going to pause it. Or I'm sorry, I'm going to mute myself and then listen. All right, now I'm testing mids as low, or mids reduced as well. And I might have to do all these, I'm not sure, but so far, yeah, that's not fixing it, so we'll see. Testing that real quick as well, because that actually kind of, to some degree, helped, I think. So let's just hear that for a second, and then I'll mute. Yeah, that was already better. So just so it's known, my microphone is mounted. The base is mounted like almost 3 feet away from me, and it's on an extension arm, and it is about, when I look and talk directly at the mic, it's about 14 inches away. I'm not looking at the mic though when I talk normally. I was just now. Normally I'm looking straight ahead at my monitor. So the mic is actually about, maybe still about 12 to 14 inches away to my left, but not due left, right? It's like northwest, right? So it's right there in that like 9 o'clock position, from where I'm at. So let me mute myself again real quick and hear that. Okay, so let's try this. So I've moved the microphone. Now it's closer to about 20 inches away. Still 9 o'clock position. But I also reduced my equalizer on mid, high, and low to negative 15 decibels. So let's hear that for a moment, and then I will mute. And I'm going to do that now. So now I've changed the pattern on my microphone, and I'm going to see what that does. So I'm testing that, and I'll be back with you in a second. So that change on the pattern, I think, was good. I think it helps. I'm not sure what the symbol means, but it's on the Blue Yeti. It's the farthest setting. It's the farthest pattern to the right, so the fourth click. And I also reduced, as you can see, down to negative 18 decibels. Let's test that audio. I think I'm at the extent of what I can do here. You'll see down here in my audio, the input capture card, which is just pulse audio. You can see that it's only going up to about negative 35 decibels, I think. Or is that 15? I can't tell. My eyes aren't so great, but I think it's minus 35. So that's actually really good. When I first started the other day, it was all the way up here in the red. Every time I said something, it was just popping so loud. So I think this will help a little bit. But also, again, I'm not talking directly at the microphone, and it's almost 2 feet away. So it might even be a couple inches further away than 2 feet from the source of sound, right, from my mouth. So let me mute that and hear what that sounds like on my phone. All right, so I lowered the 3-band equalizer, everything down to the furthest, negative 20, and then I also added this gain to negative 5, so I'm testing that now. So now, because of the gain being lower, I've actually moved the microphone back closer. Now it's probably about 10 inches, again, 9 o'clock position. So let's hear what that sounds like. All right, I've boosted the sound a little bit. So it was at -18. Now it's at -10 because it is closer. I don't want you to have to like my phone's at the highest sound level possible, like the highest volume, and it was low. So that's what I'm gauging off of is the iPhone audio. I don't, you know, it's okay if you have to write at the highest level of volume, but ideally, you know, it could be like 1 or 2 clicks down, you know. So I'm just playing with that real quick, and since I've already been talking here for a second, I'm actually going to bump it up as well to like -5 as well, just to get both tests in. I'm muting, and then we'll know. So this is better, but I would like to see. You can see down here the audio levels. I would like to see that getting closer to like to this number right here. I think it's number -25. So let's go ahead and bump this. I might actually remove this, but let's go ahead and put it at -2 and talk a little bit. Yeah, yeah. See how I'm hitting right there? I'm peaking right at 25. I think that's pretty good. So I also have my microphone tilted directly at me, like it's laying toward me. So I'm talking toward the cap, the very top of the microphone, and I'm not sure exactly what the best position is for that because again, I am talking away from it. But we'll know in a second. I'm going to go ahead and mute this, and we'll see, you know, what to do next. All right. So let's go ahead and try a couple other options here as well. Maybe is there a limiter? Let's see what we can do with the limiter. Um, I don't know. Let's go ahead and remove that. Well, I am talking, so let me hear that, and then we'll find out. Let me pause, or me. I'm sorry. Let me mute myself here. And the reason I'm muting myself is because I have a good sample here right now, and then I'm gonna play my phone. I'm gonna click play on my iPhone from the YouTube live stream and just listen. And I don't want that to feed back into the microphone. So I'm that's why I'm muting myself. All right, I don't see anything wrong with having that limiter on there. I don't know what it does, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to add that noise gate, and I'm just going to move everything down a little bit. So I'm going to do like 2 clicks down, or I guess 1 click down first, and 1 click down there. And I actually might do a second click, and then a second click on this one as well, just to see how that changes, because I'm still hearing and maybe it's just my voice, but it sounds kind of like I'm on a low quality microphone, like a Mac mic, you know, on your like on an iPad, like on a Mac, like a MacBook Pro, and those are good mics, but they're not as good as my understanding of like what you can do with a Yeti. So let me just go ahead and listen to this real quick. I'm reducing those now just to see if reducing these has any impact on the audio quality. So let's go ahead and see. So I encourage anyone that just started watching the stream to go back and listen to like any other previous of my streams on YouTube specifically, and you'll you'll find I hope a significant difference. You will find a significant difference. I was losing packets like audio packets and everything before. Like I was using a not so good microphone. Now I'm set up, and this is this to me sounds like based on this most recent test. To me, this sounds like a professional uh, audio. This sounds like professional audio quality. It kind of encourages me to play with it a little bit more and see if I can do a little more, like maybe with the expander. Again, I don't. Again, I'm not an audio engineer. I have no idea what the hell I'm doing. Worst case, it gets worse, and then I delete this function. I just go over here and right click and delete it. So let's go ahead and change some of these on the fly. I'm gonna I'm gonna pop the ratio up just one click just to see what that does. And then I'm gonna bring threshold down just a little bit, like 2-3 clicks, and then attack. I think attack's good there. Release is probably good. Output gain. Let's bring that down like quite a bit, like 5 or -5. Actually, no, 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 no. Let me bring that up because gain's not the issue. I don't think. Let's actually bring that positive. And the reason for that is I want to be closer up there. See how I'm getting closer to the yellow? I want to be below yellow with all of these spikes. And you hear the way I talk? I'm very jabby, right? I'm punch, 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 jab, uppercut. My point there is I'm not peeking into yellow. So that looks good to me. It's green instead of yellow. That looks good. And I haven't crossed into yellow yet, and I'm still jabbing. Look at this. Yeah, it looks good to me. Yeah, even that, like, even these, like, watch the green bar go all the way down to nothing. I don't know. It's not picking it up, but it is picking up this. So it looks like I dropped right into yellow there. Let me bring this down to 2. 3. Let's do 3. 4. Let's do 4. I should never pop into yellow. So I think this is good. Let me mute and see what that all sounds like. So what I've done is I've actually upped the output gain, and that's on purpose. I want to go into yellow a little bit. I think that's fine because if you actually look at my median, I'm like right there. I'm barely going into yellow. I'm going into yellow quite a bit with the punches and the jabs, but really, like I'm right there on the top of the green for the average of my tone and my delivery speed. So I think this is actually pretty good. Let's do that. And then that way I'm okay with the audio being a little bit louder because you can always turn the audio down. But the issue I find with like the iPhone and your television and stuff is you don't want to have to turn it like, if your TV has, 50, you don't want to have to turn it up to 40 to hear me. So I'd rather it be where it's like one click down from max on your iPhone, right? So you're not blowing your eardrums out when you hear me. But you can have it on max if you want it. I think that's the right place to have it. So I'm gonna do one more test just to hear, and I'm actually gonna increase the ratio because I actually like how that was sounding. I'm gonna bring that up to 6. It was at 3. It originally is at 2. Okay, I'm actually gonna try upping the threshold. The default was 40. I took it down to 43 negative. I'm gonna take it up to 35 negative just to see with let's go 30. I can always bring it back again. And I just want to hear that because what I'm curious about is it going to make my audio and my voice sound more like talk? I talk hard, and that's hard, but I don't want to affect you. So let's see if this improves. All right, so that was not the right way to go, which is okay. But now I just went the opposite direction. So I went from I'm down at negative 48. So let's see how that sounds. So let me mute. So I really like the way that sounded. So then what I did is I brought the attack down just a little bit and the release down just a little bit. So let's just see how that sounds real quick. So now I've increased the attack. The default's 10. I might go back to 10, but let's just try 15 and see what that sounds like. All right, a couple more changes here. I dropped the release down even further, and I took the attack up even further. And I don't know exactly what those mean, but to me, it almost feels like as I start to speak, what's the delay on the kind of the where it starts to pick up, um, and then on the release. Again, I don't know anything about audio. I'm not an audio engineer by any means, but I'm just curious if this makes a change that's significant and in a good direction. All right, so now I've actually increased the output even higher, and the reason for that is again because you can turn the volume down a little bit, and this isn't terribly loud. I'm still I'm getting into the yellow commonly, right? But it's still not like you know flushing the red. It's not even close to hitting red. So let's just hear that for a minute. All right, what might be the last change here is I dropped ratio down one more to just 5. It started at 2. I liked it at 3. Moved it up to 6. Let's try 5, and that's what this is. So let's hear that. All right, that made me kind of inspired to go even further down on the threshold. So now we're at negative 55 on the threshold. Let's hear that. And what I mean by let's hear that is I'm muting here, and then I'm going to my iPhone, and the reason I'm muting is so that the audio from my live stream doesn't get fed back in as more audio to this live stream. So just bear with me. I'm going to go back in time and listen to that. All right. So as I said earlier in the stream, I implore anyone listening to go back to any previous live stream on Twitch, but honestly, go to my YouTube channel and listen to one of the earlier live streams. Because again, this live stream has been I installed OBS on my machine and then I started live stream. And I've been tinkering, and the whole purpose of this channel is to do everything that I do on my computer in public live, which includes making my live stream better. But that's not exclusively. I'm not an OBS guy or anything. I just this is the tool that everyone uses, so this is the tool I'm using. Um, so I'm very happy with the audio quality compared to any stream, and actually I'm very happy with the quality of this audio compared to 10 minutes ago. I think this is an order of magnitude better than it has been on this stream. So I'm happy with that. Let's go over here and knock it off the list. Where is it at? Did they already knock? I might have already knocked it off the list. Where is it at on the list? It should be here on the list. Oh, mic and audio. Yeah, under OBS. Done. If it's still not perfect, and you're an audio engineer or not, if it's still not perfect and you have an idea, share it with me. We'll do this again. But where we're at now is I do want to start diving into Qt browser because I can't even run my web browser without I can't run my web browser without crashes. Like the actual applications, I'm sorry, the actual websites crash, especially when I go to sites like well, especially like YouTube for some reason. Now I'm not going to go to YouTube pretty much ever on this channel, but like I'm just saying, like certain web apps seem to crash like pretty hard, and I don't know why, or they just don't load. Yeah, see, it's render process crash 139. So let's start diving into this because this is a serious issue for me, and it's a serious issue for the quality of the stream. Well, it's funny, it's funny to be watching someone like pulling their hair out of their head because they can't load a dang web browser, right? Or can't load any of their like any websites. Now, I will say, like equally funny is the fact that someone is having all these problems and is still sticking with this thing called Qt browser. I have my reasons, right? I like Chrome. I like Firefox. I like Brave browser. Um, I don't like Safari and I don't like Edge. I know about Opera, but I haven't really been a fan. Um, but I never tried it recently. So that was like my impression from 2013. So literally 11 years ago. And I know they've made a lot of advancements. So maybe Opera is the way to go. But the reason I use Qt Browser is because I use the command line. I live in the command line pretty much for my entire day when I'm on the computer, right? And for that reason, I don't use the mouse that often. And for me, it's like, all right, well, if I'm not going to touch the mouse that often, then how can I avoid touching the mouse even more? And the key for that is to have a web browser, right? When I do like that's the web browser is the next most common tool I use. And when I go to my web browser, I search for things, I do things, and I want to be able to do that without, as much as possible without the mouse. So what's nice about Qt Browser is it's the interface is, well, it takes mouse. You can drag your mouse around and highlight and click on stuff like every other browser, but it has a really strong focus on interacting with it using Vim binding. And maybe you don't know what Vim key bindings are, and that's okay. But it's essentially keyboard commands to interact with your browser. And I know there's plugins for Chrome and there's plugins for Firefox that allow you to use your keyboard for like somewhere between 60 and 80% of the usability of the browser. But Qt Browser allows 100% of the usability of your browser through your keyboard. Like I can do the entire configuration. I can flush history. I can hidden tabs, close tabs, clone tabs, open new tabs. Open. If you've never seen Qt Browser and you're not necessarily interested, but you want to see like one of the coolest things about Qt Browser, it's this. Let me just go to Hacker News real quick, which is I just hit O to open, and then I go to I can just type in what's the name of the website, Y Combinator. I can just type in YCOM and hit down, enter. Right? And now that's not the cool part. The cool part is this. I hit F. Which link do I want to click? Well, let's actually look real quick. All right, so I'll go JJJ down, because it's Vim bindings. I'll just go down a little bit and, Snoop's arm. I don't know what that is. Maybe I don't want to look at that, though. But, if I go down here a little bit further, maybe we see something that's worth maybe taking at least an open lorem ipsum. No, thank you. I'm not interested. That's an interesting phrase, but I don't need to hear a rap right now. Ray tracing in one weekend. Okay, so number 16. I can hit F, GG. Good example there. I'm on the website. I'm on the web page. So I don't have to like drag my mouse around and make sure I click the exact right spot. I just have to type the right keys, and I get there. That was pretty quick. You agree, right? Like I didn't have to like forward search and find. I used my eyeballs to figure out which one I wanted to open, and then I clicked 3 keys, F, G, G. And every other link on the page I could have accessed just as quickly. So that saved me a lot of time, right? Because it wasn't like, oh, well, I got to this website. No, I can go back real quick. And there's a key for that, but I'm just going to type it because I like to type it. I can go to any one of these at the exact same speed right now without touching my mouse. It's almost like telepathy. And it really is, because I'm using a Bluetooth keyboard. So it's almost like telepathy. I'm using my mind to decide where I want to go, and there's no wires. I just hit FGG. And I'm there. And if you type it fast enough, if you know what the link is, you don't even have to wait for those things to pop up. So that's why I like Qt Browser, and that's why I will stand on the mountain trying to continue to make it run good for me. Because it's that for me, that's there's no price, there's no value on that. That's how I operate now. So if Qt Browser went away and I could never get another update, I would be locked in 2024 for the rest of my life. That's a joke, obviously. What I'm saying is, like I plan on using this browser for as long as I possibly can, and I hope it picks up traction and more developers contribute to it, because that's how good it is, and that's how much I value it. So if I was in a spot where I could fund some open source software, this would be the project I fund. That's how much I appreciate it. Now, again, Opera, maybe it's really good. Chrome, I know is really good. Firefox, I know is amazing. I know those are good. but like I can't do this, which is, it's kind of like when you get really good at shifting your car, right? Let's say you have a manual shift, right? Like when you get really good at manually shifting your car, you'll never jump in another person's car to drive. You'll never drive someone else's car unless they have a really good shifter, right? But also you don't want anyone to drive your car because they could grind your gears and then it won't shift as good, right? Like Qt browser it just shifts so nicely. It's like butter. But it crashes when I try to load YouTube and some other web apps. So I need to figure out why. And I had it, I think, on number 1. No, okay, I already closed out of it. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna clone. Which again, there's I can, instead of typing in clone, I can just do GC and it will clone it. And I can go back to number 1 and pin it, which I don't remember the commands for all these. We'll learn all these and I might change them. I don't know. But anyway, I think it's Control P, yeah. So I'll go back to number 2 now, and I'll open YouTube. And now I'm at YouTube, and hopefully it crashes again, because I want it to crash so I can get the error. Yay! Okay, so now we need to figure out why it's crashing. So, again, this is the content of my stream. It's tinkering, it's fixing things, it's developing new things, it's building 3D objects, it's running my business, it's working through textbooks. Not that I have anyone, no one's assigned me textbooks. I just bought a bunch of textbooks throughout my career from different, not all just textbooks, but, like, different books on learning different things in computer science and mathematics and physics and that kind of stuff. And I want to work through some of those things, and I'll try to do as much as I can on stream of that. But again, anything I do on this computer, from log in to log out, from boot to shutdown, from unlock to lock, is streamed. So it's not that I will try to do everything here. It's that everything I do here will be streamed. And it's not about me. It's not about becoming anything. It's about the channel, and it's about the community, and it's about the computer. So triple C. I just came up with that. But it's literally it's about this computer. I want the community to have input, and they can do that through this channel. You can join Discord. That's where I will do all communication. If I have to, I'll respond through Twitch, and through YouTube. But it's just easier if I only have to go to one place. So if you're interested in this, and right now there's no one that's interested in this, but I think it's just because the reach hasn't gone out, and I've only had audio, decent audio for less than 30 minutes now. So maybe now I'll start to actually get some people clicking in and staying because they can actually hear my voice, and I'm not muffled, or it's not like I'm in a server farm. So anyway, what is this error? Render process crash, status 139. Let's go ahead and go over to, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go GC again. I'm going to clone that. And of course, it also has the error because I'm having problems. Let's go to DuckDuckGo. So let me go out of that. DuckDuckGo. And then that will take me here. And then I'll just click over here. I don't have to click, though. I can just hit I. And it enters insert mode, just like Vim. So I don't have to learn another interface for typing. That's what I'm talking about. I'm pretty much using Vim with graphics here. Now I'm not using it to type, but I could easily have an editor here in this like a web app editor if I wanted one. But anyway, so I'm just going to start typing. So it's Qt browser, and then what's the error? Let's go back to number 2. I have to exit or escape to get out of insert mode. And the error was renderer process crashed 139. So let me make sure I'm going to click in there just in case. Renderer process, and I'm just going to do a status 139. All right, so other people are aware of it. That's a good thing. I'm not alone. And it failed on them for whatever reason. Verification starts with, oh, that's a ad, sorry. Version. So I'm not too worried about version. I'm sure I'm more than 2.1. This is from when? 3 years ago, yeah. So let's come down. That was the conversation. But maybe that might actually not be the conversation. It might just be that Reddit is this way, because Reddit is kind of weird like that, where you search for something and then the conversation just dies, even though there's 9 comments. It shows 1.5. I think that's because you have to log in, but I really don't want to log in. Yeah, this is pretty typical for Reddit though. So let's go ahead and go back. Anytime I see a Reddit link in my search results, I try to avoid it because usually it's like it's a conversation instead of a solution, and I just want a solution. Um, Let me actually type that in again. I thought let's just type in that. No, let me actually get the full thing again. Sorry. Render process crashed. And then what was it? It was is just a status. 139. We'll try that. Actually, bear with me here for a second. I'm gonna turn the heat in this room off or down a little bit. We just went through a severe ice storm, and it was like -2 Fahrenheit, which is like -18, I think, Celsius if you're somewhere else. Um, no, no, it was yeah, I think it was -18. It was like -18 or -20. It might have been. I think it was -22. I could be wrong. We could look it up, but it was I think it was -22 Celsius, -2 degrees Fahrenheit, and so I have a mini split heat pump from Mitsubishi installed in my house here, and uh, I had it turned up pretty high. Well, right now it's almost 80 degrees in this room, so I'm gonna turn the temperature down. Bear with me one second. Go get the remote control and do that. It actually works very good. The temperature on the remote control was 77. The temperature in my room is 77 on two different thermometers. So I just turned it down to 73. Maybe that'll make it a little bit nicer in here. It needed to be set at 77 earlier in the week, just so that it staved off the encroaching cold. All right, so let's try to figure this out. Yeah, this might be it. Come on down. I haven't seen this so far. Okay, well I have. So the compile. Oh, this is the developer of the project. So let me scroll down to the bottom and see if he found a solution because he says he secure accounts fail to load web pages. Huh? We added a test, but I don't think there's any solution. That's incredible. That's incredible. What's going on? In an insanely quick move, some person already uploaded. Oh, a fix. And then here's after starting the discussion, or after starting to dissect the issue, bisect. Okay. I noticed that. Oh, right, because bisect is a Git thing where you can look at the source control files and see what what changes affect what other code bases and also what like modules and stuff. I've noticed that Qt pushed a fix even before I could tell them about the new awesome or the awesome reproducer. Here it is. Huh. Let me look at version real quick. 3.1 Qt 6.1 or 6.6.1. So let's actually go back over here. Go up to the top. That was from 2020. Let's see if there's any new ones. 1,000 issues. You'll find 1,000 issues doesn't mean that this is junk software. You'll find, especially in open source, when you start getting to the scale that this project is and others, 1,000 issues is like par for the course. Don't just always look at open issues. Look at how many they've closed, and that's a good gauge on like are they actually like helping and solving problems, and they are. And then the number of pull requests kind of indicates that like there's people involved in the project, right? 91 pull requests is pretty good. I've worked on projects that were bigger, in terms of the number of people trying to contribute, but like that's you know, few thousand contributions and 91 open. So that means that that people are making suggestions and they're either taking them or not, but they're processing them. So like this is a very healthy project. Um, and again, I'm a very big fan. So let's try to work this out. I'm gonna search again. This time I'm just gonna search it in here. I'm just gonna go 139. Right? Da-da-da. Nothing here on that. Huh. So another thing I want to do is as part of my list is I want to um if I go to config, I want to do some configuration from of NeoVim. I want your input on this stuff. I like for like what's good, um, you know what's good design sense, right? For like the color scheme and stuff like that, and what plugins I should be installing and that kind of stuff. Or what plugins I should give it, should test. I3 bar, Starship. So as we grow into this and as the community becomes bigger, like if you see something you want to see on the stream, just let me know. Say like, hey, and not necessarily as we get bigger, but what I'm saying is like as we get bigger, like there will be people putting in requests. I foresee people will be putting in requests for like me to check out certain things and to install them. And that's what this channel's for, is for like people to come together and like try new things and like if you have a new plugin that you've written, share it with me. Because how cool would it be? How cool would it be if you're like a developer and it's your first plugin and you feel pretty confident about it, and you're ready for like prime time. Now we're not prime time yet, but what I'm saying is like how cool would it be to come to this place and be able to live share it on the like share it to the world in live stream, because there's no place for that right now. Sure, there's like different YouTube channels, but you have to no one's doing live streams for that kind of stuff. There's a couple people, but for the most part, it's not. It's a call, they record it, they polish it up and put it in a video. Like that's cool if that's your style. But like, just come on and give your spiel. Like, say what it is and say what you do with it, and then like we'll test it right here on the fly, and you can get some live feedback. you know and I when I'm saying that, I'm saying it like because the best engineers realize that any feedback is great, because it means someone cares enough to answer you, and I will answer you. It don't matter how far up the top I get with community, it doesn't matter. This isn't about anything other than being a part of the community. So if you come to me and and want to share your product or your project or your plugin or your theme, let us know. We'll do it live. And it could be in front of 1,000 people. It could be in front of 30,000 people. It could be in front of no one. We don't know yet, right? But like, hopefully, as we get more people in the community, it will be 30,000 people live watching you do a presentation. And how cool is that? You're filling a basketball arena with your plugin, like you're with a talk about your plugin. How cool is that? Like an NBA arena, 25,000 people. You could be presenting in front of 30,000 people your new theme thing. And we'll have to work it out. But like, I hope something like that happens. I hope it gets to that point where we're able to highlight awesome contributors that are currently no name, right? But also like highlight incredible engineers like the people of Qt Browser and the people that are doing awesome stuff in NeoVim and i3 and Kitty and NewShell, and more, right? Like, I just think that would be so cool, right? Instead of a conference that comes around in next June, right? And you have to fly to Switzerland to go. That's cool. That's prestigious. But like, you know, going on a radio show, like back in the day, right? Or going on live television, right? We can be right here on Twitch talking about the advancements in your plugin. We don't have to wait for someone to polish up a nice YouTube video. Or we don't have to wait for one of those fancy channels to like get back to you in 6 weeks. I'm here right now. Get in Discord. If you have something you want to share with the world, share it. I'll take every call I get in terms of people reaching out asking if they can be on the stream when we get to that size, because I understand like getting your name out there. I'm starting from nothing. Not a person on the internet knows who I am. I mean, there are. Yeah, I've worked with some awesome engineers and stuff, but like I've always been corporate. I've always been non-disclosure agreement style stuff my entire career from 18. My entire tech life has been non-disclosure. So I get it, like not having a voice, and I don't have a voice right now. Maybe it will grow. Cool. Um, so Qt browser. I need to investigate this crash, and I'm not seeing anything in here. Let's try one more time. Let's try looking at like instead of typing in 139, even though I would have hoped 139 would have showed up. Actually, let me do 139 again, but this time do closed. Yeah, it's this one right here. Yeah, Qt6. It says it's closed, but that doesn't mean it's solved. This is reportedly fixed upstream, but not used really. Why are they closing something that's not fixed? Reported upstream. It's closed. Should be fixed. I don't like assumed fix. Oh no, I don't like that. He posted that yesterday. It ain't fixed. It ain't fixed. I've been having problems since this actually. You know what? That's when I started having the issue. I started having the issue 3 days ago. Absolutely not. This is fixed. I need to make a. No, no, no. I need to make a. That's hilarious. He literally said it's fixed and it's not fixed. I've proof on stream. But I'm a nobody, so why does it matter? No, this is not fixed. 139 render process crash on Qt6. Assume fixed 3 days ago. That's the day I started having the issue. I don't know how to get a hold of these people. I guess I could just make a. I guess I'm gonna have to make a. Let me go back. Let me do something real quick. Let me at least clone it. I don't want to lose this tab. When I sign in, you know how it is. Sometimes you sign into something and it breaks your. So I guess I'm making a Qt account, which is cool. I wanted to actually do something with UI and Qt in the past. What I'm going to do, I have to create an account, but I need to type in my password. So what I'm going to do for typing in my password is I'm going to hide my. I'll show you on stream. I'm going to hide this. So I'm going to hide the input now, and I'm just going to look real quick to make sure it disappeared, and it did. So I'm going to disable. Then I'm going to go back over and type in a new I'm going to type in a password and everything, and we'll set up, and we're going to report, or we're going to reply to the bug report right now. So, actually, let me go. 1 second. That is 6HMZ. Accept the service terms. Let me in. All right. So I have an account. So I gotta check my email real quick. I'm just gonna do that on my phone. You don't have to see me check my email. Not that there's anything in there. I delete everything I get. After I read it, I'll read. You know, if it's worth talking about or talking to, I'll reply and then I delete it. Let's go, Alex Bieber. Select role CEO. Oh, I can't be a CEO. Okay, I'm a developer and an engineer. I'm an executive manager. Well, let's say I'm a developer engineer because I am, and I don't want to like. I can be more than that, but I'm an engineer. Um, I'm in the U.S. of A. By the way, even though I'm in the United States, like I've lived abroad and I've worked and like traveled abroad without exploiting the places I was. Okay, I'll just say that. Uh, I lived in Japan, Tokyo, and Yokohama specifically for. Wait 1 second. So I don't want to type in my city. Why do I have to give you my city? Or my phone number. No, it's fine. You don't need that information. Okay, I logged in. Cool. Let me. That's weird that it asked for my phone number. Okay, so now I can log in somehow. Let me go back, and now I should be in the login page in a second here. Back. There we go. So anyway, I lived in Tokyo for just over 5 years, and that was more than a decade ago. I think it was actually 12 years ago is when I came back to America. So it's been a while. And at the time, I spoke pretty good Japanese. Like I could speak it, I could understand it, I could communicate. Um, sure. I don't have a picture. I don't have the picture here on this device. Current explore the current projects. All right, let me just go over here and reload the page. Um, yeah, I really hate to be. Oh, I really hate to be the guy that's like, no, this isn't solved, but it's not. Oh, come on, why is this? Why is it tweaking out? I'm trying to add a comment. I click in here. I hit I. Now I can type, right? Okay, good. Hello, Michael. Sorry to bring bad news with my first post. With my first response. With my first post in this bug tracker. Um, the oh, I am a user of Qt browser, and which uses and which version is it of? Yeah, it's 661. I'll say the latest version of Qt browser. I'm a user of the latest version of Qt browser, which uses no, which depends the on Qt 6.61, and I am seeing this exact error, which actually started for me after, or approximately 3 days ago. Um, I will say, I will say, I will say that um, I notice this when going to YouTube and Gmail specifically, but it is not limited to just those two sites. Um, um, I'll also update the original or the current. I'll also update the closed GitHub um, issue for Qt browser, but wanted to pass along the um, recent discovery firsthand. Cheers. I'll add that, and then I will see if I can share this somehow. I hit this and get the link. I cannot, but I can get. Oh, they use Jira. That's cool. I haven't used Jira in a long time, like about 2 years anyway. I had a client that used Jira. Actually, no, I've had, yeah, like two clients in a row using Jira. So for, yeah. Anyway, Jira is pretty cool. So now let me go over here to GitHub and just let them know. Where's the GitHub issue? This was that one. This was my version. I clone this, and then hopefully I can find that GitHub. Open. Maybe it's in my history. Yeah, cool. Okay. See how easy it is to flow with Qt browser? Like this is why it's a good. That's why I'm seeing these exact 139s when going to Gmail and YouTube among other sites. And then I'll say I've also passed a message over to that Q tracker ticket link above. Long time user. Love the project. And if it's, I don't know if the compiler will. Let me CC the compiler just in case you don't get updated on or updates. Close threads or close issues. So remember, when you're an open source user, they're not your employees. They're fellow people that are trying to bring good to the world. Generally. So be good with them. Be nice. So I'll close this because if I get a response, I'll get it up here anyway. By the way, what's that? I'm still. Wait a second. Are these? Huh. I'm trying to see if I know any of these people. Oh, these are okay. Okay. These are really old things I was working on, and for some reason, people are still responding. I published some tickets with like GitHub Actions early days when it was still still alpha. I led the biggest migration to GitHub Actions from Travis CI potentially to date. We had 3,500 repositories that I migrated. I built I had a team that like what I led. I designed and implemented the GitHub Actions self-hosted infrastructure, um, and had a team migrate with me. I did a lot of the work. Migrate, like I said, about 3,500 repositories to GitHub Actions when GitHub Actions was still pretty alpha, like it was pretty new. Um, for a huge Fortune 500 company that ended up going private. That's all I can say about that. But what I will say is, yeah, there's still troubleshooting issues I found. That's funny. Oh, did that get merged? I don't read Chinese. I can read Japanese, but this is like pure Chinese character. So let's go to. It's probably something like. It'd be funny if it was rude. It's an Apple employee, so it'd be really funny if he was being rude. Um, translate.google.com. All right, is it Google? Yeah, it is. Okay. Paste. Follow up the new according to the situation, improve efficiency of users. Follow up the new according to the actual situation to improve. I have no idea what he's doing here. I just actually, you know what? I'm gonna close that pull request that I had. I can go to it again. Let's give a heart, and then I'm gonna close it. I don't want to deal with it. And it was just a comment. It was like I was cleaning up some grammar and stuff. It wasn't really a code thing. I wanted to see the project, and so I went through the code, and then it just you know saw some like minor issues, so I cleaned it up. And do a heart, and if he wants to do it, he can do it. Just trying to help him out a little bit. He's not a native English speaker, and it was a lot about the English language. I wasn't correcting him or anything like that. I was just massaging the verbiage so it sounded, more like an English, like a fluent English speaker wrote it, because it's representing Apple. You know, like it's actually Apple's ML library they've released a couple weeks ago. Anyway, I think I should probably get an email if he responds on this. Can I follow this? Usually you can put your eyes on something. I am watching. Okay, cool. So let me close out of that, and if I get a response, I get a response. So I think we're pretty much dead in the water with the status 139, unable to load. Oh, you know what I want to be able to do is take screenshots. That's an operational thing. I think it's a. Let's go down. Off topic, no. Project, no. Deep dive, definitely not. Is it a config? i3? Let's see if there's already something out there for me to be able to do this. Open duck.go.com. I take screenshots. i3 link. Print screen in i3. Okay, so you can take. By default, i3 ignores print screen. Okay. Keyboard bindings. Print screen is the print key. Do I even have a print screen on this keyboard? I don't think I do. Because on Mac, it's like Control Shift 4 takes a screenshot. Or I'm sorry, Command Shift 4. Actually, let me look again real quick, because maybe there's another button on here. No, I'm not really seeing a key on here. It's one of those smaller ones. It's one of the small. I think it's like I don't know. Let me look. It's like a magic keyboard or something. It's like uh, it's like as big as an iPad, but a little not quite as. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's like the $120 Apple Bluetooth keyboard, the small one without the number pad. And I don't see a button here for a print screen. I'm gonna take a coffee break real quick. It's right here. I'm just gonna take a couple sips. This is I'm drinking Kirkland K cups from Costco. It's like the Pacific flavor, and then I also have a green tea. I should say a tea bag of green tea dipped in it as well. So I'm getting like triple caffeine. Oh, and that's good. Oh, that's really good. I love green tea. If you've never experienced real green tea, oh man, I'm not saying this is really that good, and it's mixed with coffee. I'm kind of, I'm butchering it, but like real green tea, if you can get your hands on some real, like authentic Japanese green tea, oh man, you haven't lived until you've had some green tea. Especially like matcha, which is going to be like they have this thing and they call it iced matcha. And iced matcha, they have iced matcha and iced chocolate. And it's funny because it's totally different than anything we have in America. It's literally like chocolate powder mixed with water over ice cubes. So kind of like Nesquik or something like that. But it tastes really good. It tastes like you're eating a chocolate bar. And then they add whipped cream to it, and oh my god! There was times when I was in Japan, and I was pretty young when I was there, like early 20s, and I would I would go to like a coffee shop and get like I just keep ordering them. I was addicted to them. So like I would have like four or five sometimes in like a 30-minute period. They would bring it out to me, and I'd have it gone before the waitress even walked away. Oh man, but it was so good. It was so good. That was the iced chocolate. Matcha was also incredibly good, it almost tasted like black licorice, but not. But it had like a zing to it. Iced matcha does, which is just green powder. I'm sorry, it's green tea leaves ground up to like a very fine powder, like cornstarch powder is like the consistency. And then yeah, they just mix it with water, and then some gum syrup. And oh man, it is so good. I could drink that if I only had to drink one thing for the rest of my life, and it could be something other than just plain water. Like I would choose plain water 98% of the time, but uh, and I'm talking about for my beverage. I'm not talking about like soups and broths and stuff like that. But for liquid like consumption for hydration, iced matcha in Japan. But it has to be made from like one of those coffee shops I used to go to because I don't know I can't guarantee all iced matcha is as good as it was there at those places I would go. Oh man, I sure miss iced matcha and iced chocolate. Oh man. So I've been streaming now for an hour and a half. Actually, an hour and 40 minutes. And this is the first real drink I've had, so just bear with me here. I'm taking a couple sips and just relaxing. This is a totally unconventional style of stream. And again, by design. What I'm doing here is I'm showing kind of the tribulations and trials of using a computer today, but it's not just that. It's so many things, right? Everything I do from boot to shutdown, from login to logout, from unlock to lock is streamed. Actually, let me go back over to here real quick. I need to actually add that. I need to add my input again. Sorry about that. That's been disabled for a little bit. There we go. I had that disabled because I had to log in. I had to make a new user somewhere and log in and do all that stuff, and I didn't want to have my password broadcasted to the world. So yeah, this stream is unique because it's I don't want to say it's like the I don't want to say it's like behind the what is it behind the camera or whatever you call it. Like there's a term in like show business, right, where you're kind of showing behind the scenes, right? This isn't behind the scenes. This is the scene. This is everything. But it's behind the scenes for every other channel, every other YouTube channel, or Twitch stream. They don't want you to see their OBS configuration because that's not the product. That is the product here. The product is my configurations and my syslog and like broken code and trying to troubleshoot things and trying to implement new things and trying to test new things and tinkering on things and working through examples and just stumbling around, in some ways making a fool of myself, being egg all over my face, live coding, all kinds of stuff. Just so you can see, and possibly like kind of unveil the realities of being an engineer. Like just because someone's an engineer and you're not, like sure, there might be some really, really excellent engineers that have been working with their code base for a decade that know everything, and for them, they're not going to have these issues that I'm having. This is like ground floor style, like things are breaking and I'm trying to troubleshoot and investigate, and I have to write a batch script here, or I have to do some Python here, or I have to do some Go here. I'm going to be doing 3D objects in 3D printing. So I'm going to be doing like modeling of like security cameras for a business I'm running. I'm going to be running the entire business from this computer, with the exception of like contacts with clients and whatnot. But I'll be making like templates for different forms and stuff, and going through like design and product management of my and development of security cameras and all kinds of different stuff with wireless networking and stuff like that as well. And then we're also going to be taking care of like again anytime I'm ever on this computer I'm recording or I'm streaming live. So I'm going to be like doing my network configs. I have to do some stuff with my router. I eventually want to get a PF Sense installed. I want to do a Raspberry Pi cluster where I have OBS running on it. Like the list is literally infinite. Right now I have about 125 tasks, but that's going to continue to grow. Every day it grows. and again, the stream's only been going for 3 days, and I've already written down 125 things on stream live that I want to do, and you can contribute. You can go to GitHub. If you go to my Discord, I have a link to this file right here that I'm going to show you. Bear with me. I'm using one hand because I'm still drinking my coffee. This file right here is my list of topics with some minor sorting for priority. That's on you. That's on GitHub, and you can make commits to it and push back as a pull request, and we'll consider those changes and those suggestions as a change to this file. But also, I have a Discord, and you can make your suggestions right here. You can just join. You can go to suggestions, and you can say, hey, well, not sure what happened there. You can go here to the suggestions. You can raise your hand, and say, hey, I'd like to see this, and we'll try to do it. We'll add it to the to-do list. You can also come in here and you can publish your pull request. In case let's say you push to GitHub and it's been a couple days. Like, let me know, and if I haven't replied, and we'll get to you. And then obviously there's a standard chat. This is where we're doing all of our stream chat. So I'm not going to be watching Twitch or YouTube stream. Chat. It's just too hard for me. If you really want to interact, just join the Discord. I'm not collecting any information on you. It's just easier for me. And it will allow us to grow a community. And then additionally, we have links. So if I have anything I want to share, I'll share it here. Once we start getting mods, we can start sharing links here to different things. I'm not going to spam you guys. So this is literally the link to my topics file, so you can go and do a pull request if you want to, or view it for yourself. Announcements are going to be when streams start and stuff like that. I posted one last night saying the stream ended. I'll be doing stuff like that, and then there's the heckle channel, and you can read the description on that. Say anything you want, but it has to target ARC6. That's me. So I don't care what you say in this channel. You can be the most vile person on the planet, but it has to target me. You can't target someone else with this. And this is your one room where you can do that. And you can be as vile and you can unload as much as you want right here. And I'll try to read everything and try not to get too offended. But I'm not going to ban you for anything you say in here, as long as it's at me. Please never attack other people in the channel. You can have disagreements. I don't care about that. But there's no reason to be personal and hostile to people, right? This is just a community of cool people that want to tinker and learn and play and explore. That's what this channel is. That's what this community is. So there's no reason to be hostile. If you guys disagree on something, that's cool. But be men about it, or be women. Always take the high road, and if you can, but not against me. If you have something to say against me, say it, but it must be in this channel. Please don't go to some other channel and do it. And if you see someone doing it, just police them and tell them to come here, right? If they have something negative to say, have them come here, and then we can all the hate mail can just be right here and it's all public, right? But I welcome that kind of stuff. I like criticism, and I like jokes, and I like people being able to air their grievances. And I'm never going to ban someone for saying their mind here. And even if it's a joke, and they just want to be that kind of person that day, that's okay. So the suggestions there is not just for the stream. The suggestions can be anything. If everything's going to be on stream though. But what I'm saying is, the suggestions could be new channels here in Discord. It could be that's pretty much the only other thing, right? It's either something here in Discord or it's about the stream, right? So the stream itself is everything that I do on the computer. So that's just what it is. So if you want a change to the broadcast in terms of what's going on with Discord, or I'm sorry, with what's going on with OBS, then I'll make that change on the fly live in the meeting, or I'm sorry, in the session, the stream session. Also, this is a global community, even though there's no one here yet. My aim is not to have one class or one group or one demographic of people. I want everyone welcome here, and I do welcome everyone here. From any country, um, any background you have, any uh, any anything that makes you feel like you're not welcome somewhere else, you're welcome here for that reason. But not just for that reason. You're welcome here because you're a person and you deserve to be part of a community. And we're gonna welcome everyone here. Um, Unless they start attacking other people, right? But like, you can attack me all you want in this channel. All right, that was my coffee break. 10 minutes, not bad. So if you're just joining, first order of business today was to get my audio taken care of, and I think my audio is incredibly, significantly better than it was. Um, and then I was working through an issue with Qt browser. It keeps it crashes tabs, and I investigated a little bit. It looks like there's an issue. I don't know for sure. I didn't actually try to do any development or testing this time. I did a couple days ago, but I found I found an open. I'm sorry, I found a closed GitHub ticket on the repo of Qt browser that said that it was a Qt issue, and then Qt I went to the issue on their bug tracker, and they had marked it closed 3 days ago, which is the day I started having the issue. So I just let them know, hey, I just noticed this started happening, and it happened specifically with GitHub and YouTube. And then I also messaged on the Qt browser issue just to let people know that I am still seeing the issue as well. And if I need to go deeper, I can, but it's not affecting me that much right now, so I'm fine leaving it, just letting it, kind of be handled by the engineers that know the code base. It's their code bases after all. It's all open source, so it's not like they're doing this because they have to. They're doing it because they have to because they want to, right? They have a project and they're the maintainers of their code. So, in the future, though, I'm more than happy to dive into code and try to solve problems. Or maybe we will, but this was such an advanced issue that a bunch of people continue to have. And for me, it's I don't know their code base enough, and I have other things I want to do. I'm trying to start the stream and get it up and going. So if we have to solve the problem, we'll go further in. But for now, I just let people know on their respective trouble or their respective bug trackers, that this was still a bug that they thought was solved. Give them a chance to actually solve it. Community focused configs. Okay, get. I did this, create and publish that, so that's good. OBS broadcast. I want to look at broadcasting to Kick, but we don't have to do that right now. I want to see about doing Discord chat on screen somehow. I'm not sure the best way to do that. I think Discord on chat is just having it right here for now. Discord chat is always right here. Oh no! That was for the actual stream. I want to broadcast the stream. Yeah, I don't know if I can really do that. Yeah, I don't know if I can really do that. Huh. Because if you're on Twitch, you have your live chat, and if you're on YouTube, you have your live chat. So maybe I actually need to have both of those live chats running, and then not have Discord. But I want Discord because that's where you can actually have your voice heard over, somewhere else. Maybe what we'll do is eventually we'll get to the point where I have mods in Discord, and whoever in the community wants to join, but then the mods are letting me know through Discord when people are talking and need my attention or something. Maybe that's the way to go. I don't know. It sounds really needy, right? But I don't want to be monitoring chat that much. I know that's a pretty big thing about Discord, about Twitch and YouTube live or streaming. But what I'm getting at is, I'm trying to stream the ins and outs and the ongoing developments, which it's not so hard. It's not so easy to also be tracking two chat sessions, and that's not really my style. I'm not trying to be super engaged in chatting, even though that sounds like sacrilegious in this realm. It's for good reason, but That's why I was hoping it was like Discord, because in Discord I can like do like every 30 minutes I can kind of go check, But live streaming, like you're right there and like the person's right there with you, or the audience, right? But in my eyes, you're not really an audience; you're just a community. So it's a different. I view this differently. I view this as a community, and then like I just go and check the community every couple, like every 30 minutes or so. And if there's something to talk about, then I'll weigh in then. Unless I'm like, I guess it depends on what's going on. If I'm switching between a couple things, I'll go check too. Like checking Discord, Twitch, and YouTube live stream messages is like kind of obnoxious to me. I'd rather just have one place, and that's why I said let's just do Discord. But let me look real quick and see if anyone's um, on Twitch chatting or messaging. All right, I'm seeing no chat on Discord. I'm sorry. I'm seeing no chat on Twitch, and on YouTube I'm seeing no chat. But let me confirm because I'm loading it back up again. All right, nothing here on YouTube either. So yeah, I mean, for me, it's just like looking in chat from two different locations is kind of like I'm sorry, from three different locations because Discord would be the community chat. So let me remove this because it's not going to be. I'm not going to have it on screen quite the way I thought I was going to. But also see like Discord people like going to Discord just allows you to chat with and see what's going on from YouTube and from Twitch. It's like if you're watching, it doesn't matter where you're watching from because you can communicate with everyone live. So yeah, let me remove this because I'm not going to share Discord chat on screen because the chat will be in Discord like constant. Like you can just go to Discord if you want to see what the chat's about. I think that's the way to do it. And maybe I'm shooting myself in the foot, but I think that sounds reasonable for the context, right? For the context of this Twitch of this stream. Media source music. I do want to have some background music. Let me see how we can do that. And a cut screen or cut scene. Pause main video input. Goes to a dynamic image to keep you all entertained. Not yet. We're not doing anything that really needs me to cut screen. To like a different scene. After migrating to Raspberry Pi, implement Logic plugin for cutting to another scene when the PC crashes reboots. This is not something that needs to be taken care of yet. Discord Nightbot. That'd be fun to develop, but it's not needed yet. The community's not here yet. Like the people in the community, it's just me right now, so I don't need that. That's not the highest priority, and that's why it's down this low. I also want to do some music, like again with music. I want to do some either community created, or my own, or like last resort would be royalty free, stuff from the internet. But it would be really cool to get some people that like want to like share their music because you can imagine like with 30 or 40,000 people watching live, right? Which sounds ridiculous. I'm just saying, let's say it gets to that point. If it gets to that point, we have 30 or 40,000 people watching live. Like, how cool would it be if like your music is playing and filling people's ears? Like, I'm all about sharing and like if you can get a couple more views on your Spotify, great for you, right? So like if you'll need to like give me authorization. I can't just go pick your music because you're part of the community. Like you'll need to say like you'll need to approach me and say, hey, can you please play my music? Um, and I'm fine doing it live and blind, but we'll listen to it the second it starts to sound you know down the wrong path, right? Then we'll have to cut it, but like cut like stop it. But if you're creating good music that is that can be enjoyed as kind of a background music. Like I like to think of it like lo-fi and that kind of stuff. Just because it's just in the background, you can have it really mellow and it creates an ambiance. So if you're doing stuff like that, that's the kind of music I'd really like to hear in the background. I don't want to have to compete my words with like a rap battle in the background, right? Um, I like that kind of music too, but I just don't want that's not the vibe I'm trying to set for the. You could almost think of it like a lounge, right? Where there's just some music kind of playing in the background. Maybe it's some really high quality piano. Maybe someone's playing the saxophone, right? Like whatever. But like or it's like EDM style. But I just want to. I pretty much want it with no lyrics. If we can get some music with no lyrics, or if it is music with lyrics, it's got to be like a woman's voice, but not super frequent. It can't like the whole thing. More like just like maybe like a woman's voice just kind of chirping in here and there. Saying some like kind of free flowing verses and stuff. Um, like because I don't want it's one thing if it's a female's voice and then my voice, but if it's like usually another man's voice in audio almost makes it sound like someone's there with you. That is like I don't know. It's just for that. It's just my taste and like what I'm trying to make the ambiance of this channel. Like I'm open, so like if you want to prove me wrong and produce some really cool music, then share it. And we'll add it as background music if you allow me to. And you'll definitely get credits. Like you know, we'll share it in the Discord channel for like in the link section, like right at the top. Along with the other links going on. Like here's our playlist. And here's our contributors. We can CC you as well. Like so, your name is like in that Discord message in the link, right? So like you know, grow your audience too. Um, and that goes for everything AI or open source, whatever. Like anything you're working on that we end up using or diving into, we're gonna try to spread your name as much as we can. Because like at the end of the day, like the community is like a lot like the best way to grow a community is for the community to feel empowered and for the community to grow beyond the limitations of just the platform they're on, right? Like and for the people to communicate and find new connections through that, right? The community needs to bring value, otherwise, what's the point of being a part of it, right? So I'm providing value to you, like not me, but our community is providing value to our members of our community, right? And the way I see it is, while I'm the first person here, I'm just a member of the community, right? And then the computer that we're running this all on right now is kind of the star of the show. It's not me. So I do want to like start looking into some Vim stuff. In the meantime, let me go ahead and switch over real quick to here. Go to one. Oops, I'm sorry. App one. And let me clone this. And let me unpin. Yeah, there we go. Then we go to three. Oops, sorry. Three. Let me. What was this for? This was for taking screenshots. I'm not too worried about that right now. Go back to two, go to number one, and then here we'll go back to Y Combinator. And let's just see what's going on in the world of Hacker News. Secret calculator camera. Build a photochromic molecular switch. That's pretty cool. That's a video. I can't watch it here. Dimensions illusion. Actually, I think I can. I mean, there's people that are doing reaction videos. Like, why can't I talk over a YouTube video and give comment like a reaction person would? I think it's probably fine to do that. I don't know what the terms and conditions are for Twitch, but I'm pretty sure you can watch a video and react as long as you're not. But I'm not going to get into reaction. I'm just saying I'm pretty sure other people are doing it, so it shouldn't be the end of the world if I did it too. But that sounds really interesting, actually. Where do interrupts happen? That'd be cool to look at. So clone F LHG. Oh, that was rust out. Whoops. I have no idea what that's about. Out of here. We were looking at where do interrupts happen, which is 80. Secondary. Let me unpin this. So I'm opening these up, and then what we'll do is we'll just look over those articles. I like to get a couple things up first, and then we read them. So Amazon plans to charge for Alexa in June. I don't use it anyway. I don't care. Above and beyond. Huh. On my aerial, that's cool. That number 15 one there looks pretty funny. Uh, you know, Dynamic Island on a MacBook Pro. I want to look at that. I don't have a newer MacBook Pro, but I am curious if that works everywhere. Um, and the one I have, I don't use. Oh, sorry, one second. I'm having a weird situation here where I am not typing what I want to do. Clone, and then unpin, oops, and then F, and then where's the Dynamic Island? F, GD. I actually want to go to the code because usually there'll be a picture. Oh, that is nice. Wow, good job. Give a star. That's cool. That's really good. How long has that been around? Well, it's been around for a while. Okay. Sometimes you never know. Sometimes when people share stuff, it's like it just came out. Let's see. This is probably more than a year old. If he has two versions, yeah, 3 years old. Okay, cool though. Go back to master. A highly customizable OSX status bar replacement. Yeah, that's really nice. I'd honestly like to see something like that with i3 bar. So if we can do something like that, let me actually go to my notes, and I have my i3 thing down here somewhere. Oh, come on. Let me quit real quick and open again. I just make sure. Okay, good. And then i3 bar. Take inspiration from sketchy bar from OSX. Cool. Sketchy bar. Was that capitals and lowercase? Yeah. Okay. So before I go further, I'm gonna commit this and push it. Oops. So when I put cleanup, it usually means I've done something. I've knocked something out, which was audio. So cleanup. I did. I'll put cleanup and then added sketchy bar. And I think I added something else too, but it doesn't really matter. These don't have to be like perfect. And then get and go back. Let me just close out this. So where do interrupts happen? This would be worth. I want to. I usually scan through first and see like the contents or the context of the article before I really dive in, and like how long it is because I don't want to be reading for like 3 hours. This is a pretty long one. But it ends here. So let's see. Only thing I didn't get to. Okay, so from pretty much here. That's not so bad. Okay, let's go ahead and go over it real quick. So where do? Let me grab my coffee. I'm gonna drop my keyboard over here and then grab my coffee. I like to move my keyboard out of the way so if I spill my coffee, then yeah, I kind of use my desk and my setup like a studio. So like I move my keyboard out of the way. I get comfortable. Like, what's the point of sitting in pain? I do want to get some music in the background though because it's kind of dry with just my voice, especially when it's just my voice and it's a uh Linux terminal. So I don't really want to read all the like. Okay, first let's take a look. Yeah, yeah, thank you. Okay, so like see all that writing just to get to the point is the first. So like half the article is already read. First let's get to the point. Or let's take a look at some ASM that doesn't have any instructions that stick out in any way at all. Just a bunch of MOV instructions. The key part of the source looks like this. So it starts with dot loop, and then rep 10 move EAX. So these are the moving data between registers, or yeah, moving numbers into registers. Yeah. Um, I'm not sure if rep means repeat. It says just constant moves into registers, 8 of them repeated 10 times. Oh, it's repeat. Okay, so it's a loop where it's doing each register is getting set with a value, and then it repeats that 10 times. Okay, it's like a loop. It is a loop. Okay, that's why it says loop. Okay. Um, I'm not an assembly person. I tinkered a little bit, but not much. I've done some like GDB stuff, by the way. By the way, I want to add like some security stuff as well. So let me actually do that real quick. I want to do some like GDB kind of binary inspections and stuff. So I guess I'd be under tinkering. Oops, sorry, VIT tab under tinkering GDB. Let me add that under AI. GDB, like binary analysis, and then I don't know if I spelled that wrong. You're right. There we go. And then also under GDB, I'll do I want to do some like buffer overflow style stuff and like analyzing that stuff. So like buffer overflows and other security exploits. Again, I'm running all this locally. I'm not trying to like hack someone else's stuff. You know, that's not my game. So okay, next we go to the meat of the investigation. We run the binary using um, perf record dash e task clock, and then this MOV, which will periodically interrupt the process and record the IP. The the instructive pointer. Next, we examine the interrupted location using perf report. Here's the output. Hereafter, I'm going to cut out the header and just show the sample. Okay, so the header is going to be all this stuff. I think actually just this up here, but it might also include this. I'm not sure. But, source code and disassembly. That's what I wanted to say. Binary disassembly, not analysis. Binary disassembly. Using, I think it's Gira. I might be spelling that wrong. That was put up by the NSA. It's a binary analysis thing, and it's open source, so like, they're not all bad people. This is showing the results of the loop. Yeah, 0606. So it's showing the memory allocations, um, which are unique every time. And the first column shows the number of interrupts received for each instruction. Oh, that's the number of interrupts. Wow, look at that. 16 interrupts to get like to do one memory address into a register. Or I guess to get one bit into a register. Or byte, one byte. I don't know. Exactly what's going on there. But specifically, the number of times an instruction would be the next instruction to execute following the interrupt. Specifically, the number of times an instruction would be the next instruction to execute following the interrupt. Okay. Without doing any deep statistical analysis, I don't see any particular pattern here. Every instruction gets its time in the sun. Some columns have somewhat higher values than others, but if you repeat the measurements, the columns with higher values don't necessarily repeat. Right. So like 8, the number of interrupts for 0x8 isn't the same even up here as 19 and 18 interrupts, as an example. We can try the exact same thing, but with add instruction like so. So they're doing add now instead of whatever he was doing before move. Um, so yeah. This is moving a number into a register. That's all that's happening here. We are in this case adding a register, a value in a register. We expect the execution behavior to be similar to the move case. We do have dependent, like obviously you're moving or you're adding the current register, which might be set to 0, and then you're adding 1 to that, right? So 1, 3, this one's 8, and that's just the value. That would be the new value in there, unless this has not been, unless this register or this address space hasn't been white. Then you might be adding 8 to a number that you don't know about yet. But if you're looping, then yeah, I would imagine this would go 8, 16, 24, and on up when you're doing an add. Chains here, but wait, we do have dependency chains here, but eight separate ones for each destination register for one cycle instruction. So there should be little partial impact. Indeed, the results are basically identical to the last experiment, so I won't show them here. You can see them yourself with the in-depth add test. Let's get moving here and try something more interesting. This time, we will again use all add instructions, but 2 of the adds will depend on each other, while the other 2 will be independent. So the chain shared by those 2 adds will be twice. All right, because I see what they're doing. Well, will be twice as long, twice as many cycles, right? Because you're going add RX, and then you're adding 1, and then you're doing RX again, but you're doing 2 this time. So if the value here is 0, there'll be 1, and then you're executing another. But that's not the issue. The issue isn't so much about what the value is going to be; it's showing how many interrupts there are. Let's get down to that. In a loop, by the way, as well. So, oh, that's interesting. There's zeros. Yeah, I wonder why. So here's the chain through racks. I'm sorry. Here are the chain through racks. Should limit the throughput of the above repeated block to 1 or 2 cycles. Yeah, yes. Okay, that makes sense. And indeed, I measure an IPC of 2, 4 instructions, 2 cycles, 2 IPCs. And IPC is an you hover over that and it should show it. It says instructions per cycle. Yeah. Calculated over an interval by measuring the number of instructions executed and the duration and cycles. Right. That's interesting. Look how many these are. 144. I'm not that one, but the ones that are like 144, 118. So going to RSI, So staying here, there's no interrupt, and then you do it again. And I'm actually surprised that this one isn't 0, but I guess maybe I'm not understanding why it wouldn't be 0. But so that's a 0. But what's interesting as well is 0 from RSI to RDI. There's 0 interrupt. Like there's 0 between the final process of this being executed and the next sequence, which is this being executed. Like this, it gets executed immediately. And then what's surprising to me is it goes from RDI to RAX with no instructions before, like no blocking instructions. This is certainly something new. Okay, so no wonder that I'm okay not understanding it if it's new. um, we see that, if it's kind of a new perspective anyway. We see that all the interrupts fall on the middle two instructions, one of which is part of the addition chain and one of which is not. The second of the two locations also gets about 2 to 3 times as many interrupts as the first. So now he's providing a hypothesis. Let's form a hypothesis now so we can design more tests. Let me move my keyboard and grab my coffee. Again, this is a Keurig K-Cup blend, Pacifica blend, I think, from Kirkland, from Costco. And then it's mixed with green tea as well, a tea bag with green tea. Let's guess the interrupts. Select instruction, which are the oldest unretired instructions. And this selected instruction is allowed to complete. Hence, samples fall on the next instruction, or fall on the next instruction. Let us call this instruction the sampled instruction. I am making the distinction between the selected and sampled instructions rather than just saying interrupts sample instructions that follow the oldest unretired instruction. Because we're going to build our model almost entirely around the selected instructions. So we want to name them. The characteristics of the ultimately sampled instruction, except their positioning after selected instructions, hardly matters. Without a more detailed model of instruction retirement, we can't yet explain everything we see. But the basic idea is instructions that take longer, hence are more likely to be the oldest unretired instruction, are the ones that get sampled. In particular, if there is a critical dependency a critical dependency chain, instructions in that chain are likely to be sampled at some point. So you typo there, or missing letters anyway, missing word. Let's take a look at some more examples. I'm going to be switching MoveRax AX as my long latency instruction, 4-cycle latency, and no op or not NOP as the filler instruction, not part of any chain. Don't worry, NOP which is no op, not NOP has the to allocate and retire just like any other instruction. It simply gets to skip execution. You can build all these examples with a real instruction like add, and they'll work in the same way. Let's take a look at a load followed by 10 NOPs. Those are loading into the address, or into the register, and then it's going to do 10 NOPs. Oh, why does that one take 11? Well, that's interesting. So it like stacks them up in bits of 4, like executions of 4. I wonder if he has a 4-core processor. Yeah, 4-core. Or no, 4 instructions per cycle. Okay, that explains it. So it stacked them up, and there were some other instructions, and then this one ran, followed by the next 4 because that's the instruction cycle, and they were the exact same instruction. The selected instructions are the long latency MOV chain, but also 2 specific NOP instructions out of the 10. that follow. Those which fall 4 and 8 instructions after the MOV, after the move. Here we can see the impact of retirement throughput. Although the move chain is the only thing that contributes to execution latency, this Skylake CPU can only retire up to 4 instructions per cycle or thread. So when the move it finally retires, there will be 2 cycles of retiring blocks of 4 no ops instructions before we get to the next cycle or before we get to the next move. So you execute your move, and then you do a NOP for 4, another 4, and then another 2. But there's only 2 more in that. So then, it finishes it because up to 4, and then you move on to your next move, which is a 0 as well, right? And then you go back to your nodes, which is another sequence of essentially 3 red. Actually, so you do whatever instruction before this, and then 15 instructions before this, and then you execute your NOP, and then there's 13 other executions or things that have to get processed by the CPU, and then NOP. That's weird that there's a 1 there, so maybe there was just some latency there or something. I wonder if he's going to point out the number 1 there. I don't think he did. I don't think he taught it. I don't think he taught it. Otherwise, he would have questioned that. That kind of changes his theory a little bit if there's an additional variable that he hasn't considered. I don't want to read this anymore because I think his theory might be slightly off if he didn't even catch the fact that there was a random extra number in there. And there's no explanation for that. So I think I've already learned something from him. So and it's pretty dense and pretty deep stuff. So I'm okay moving on from here. Ray tracing in 1 weekend. I kind of want to check this out. I opened this earlier, and I don't know what to expect. It's a book, okay, but there's an overview and some source code. Huh. Let me just read the overview here. It's not very much. I've taught many graphics classes over the years, so he's some kind of either professor or whatever. Maybe in art school or something as well. Often I do them in ray tracing because you are forced to write all the code, but you can still get cool images with no API. Yeah, doing some ray tracing stuff might be pretty fun. Maybe I'll do a deep dive on ray tracing. It's not going to be exploration. It'll be definitely a deep dive. I think these are project stuff, so I'm actually going to move Kubernetes out of here. No, there are some stuff I want to do with Kubernetes that I want to explore. That is a deep dive, but those ones in particular are not. So let me do ray tracing, and then here I'm just going to take these 2 out or these 3 lines out, and I'm actually going to instead do. Let me move these up to project. Let's go back down to Kate's. Or I'm sorry, it's Kubernetes. And then here, I actually want to explore, I want to explore RAF, which is their solution for Byzantine general for election leader and stuff like that. But it's the data store that stores that kind of stuff in it. I just want to dive some more into it. And then also I want to do some stuff with Service Mesh. I've done a lot in my career, but I could do, I want to kind of see where the state of the art is. And then there was a couple, there was Istio. There was Linkerd, and there was a couple other ones. I want to look into Altitude ... And then I also wanted to look at some stuff with traffic. I think it's spelled like that for networking. And there's other things I want to eventually go into as well. But anyway, I decided to adapt my course notes into a how-to get you a cool program as quickly as possible. I will not be It will not be a full-featured ray tracer, but it does have the indirect lighting, which has made ray tracing a staple in movies. Follow these steps, and the architecture of the ray tracer you produce will be good for extending to a more extensive ray tracer if you get excited and want to pursue that. When somebody says ray tracing, it could mean many things, but I am going to describe it. What I'm going to describe is technically a path tracer, and and a fairly general one. While the code will be pretty simple, let the computer do the work. I think you'll be very happy with the images you can make. With ray tracing in one weekend, you will build a simple brute force path tracer. Continuing with ray tracing the next week, you will add textures, volumes like fog, rectangles, instances, lights, and support for lots of objects using a bound volume hierarchy, BVH. Finally, the ray tracing the rest of your life will dive into the math of creating a very serious ray tracer. When you are done, you should be ready to start messing with many serious commercial ray tracers underlying the movie and product design industries. That's pretty cool. Are these open source or do you have to buy them? Are they open source? Dude, what the hell? That's amazing. This guy see, this is what I love is people giving out information. Um, this is incredible. What an awesome person. That's incredible. Like, he's an educator. Like, he doesn't have to do this. He can make money, and he's just giving it out for free. That's a cool person. So I'm actually gonna take. All right, one second. I'm trying to get over here. I'm actually gonna take these, and maybe we can work through these as part of the ray tracing thing. So I need to save these somehow so I can refer to them later. Um, what an awesome person. So obviously you'd want to work through these in order, and I'd gladly work through these. This one's in a weekend, so like I could easily do this in a stream or two. Like that would be so much fun. Yeah, and there's some math in here, but like in what language is this? C? Looks like C to me. I think that's just C. Let me look at like a more basic example that has like some imports or something. Let me go to the top. It looks like C to me. All right, let's put it on here to the first line, the first code example. Yeah, that's C. Oh, C plus plus. Okay, but still it's C, pretty much. Cool. I've been wanting to get into C plus plus a little bit more, so I want to get into everything. Rust, Go. I've written a lot in Go. I haven't used Rust pretty much at all. I've done a lot in Ruby. I've done a lot in Python. I've done a lot in JavaScript. I've done a lot in some pretty esoteric programming languages that you probably have never even heard of. Um, yeah. So like, but C plus plus that'd be fun, especially if we could like adapt it to Go and just write it in Go. That'd be cool. Or even Rust. But once we have some source code, we could actually modify, like actually try to go one to one straight over and redesign it for Go or Rust. That'd be fun to do. Write a ray tracer in in Rust as your first Rust program. That'd be fun. I think that'd be pretty cool. Like, oh, what was your first Rust program? Oh, I migrated a database, so I needed a script. And then you're sitting at sitting there with a Dos Equis spear with some eye candy around you, and you say, "I wrote a ray tracer."
All right, so let me copy these links down. I think I can do that by just doing Y. Then I yanked it. So now I can go over here and go to my ray tracer. I think I can just go like this. Oh, oh, oh. I don't know how to paste from a yank. So I have to. I don't want to type the URL. It's not that long of a URL, but still. Maybe I can just get his main channel, like his main Gmail thing. Let me see if I can just get the main Gmail and be able to navigate all these that way. There's the books, and then click on one, and it takes you to. It doesn't take you to the website though, unless you. I think you have to do like the like open with GitHub Dev, right? And then that will take you. Oh no, that's gonna like allow me to edit it. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Right, let's close out of that. Try again. I could download them, but here we go. This is the web. I guess I should just use the website, and we'll do the first one. We'll definitely do the first one. I want to do all of them. I could do all this in. I could definitely do these two in 1 week. Like I could start these. Today is already Sunday. Well, tomorrow will be Sunday in an hour and a half. I could probably do all of. I can't do it tomorrow because I'll be gone most of the day tomorrow. But like probably tomorrow night I can get most of this. I should really get this done in 2 nights, right? Like or 2 days. So probably by Tuesday we could already be starting on this. But I probably would do that. I would do this one and then I'd let this one sit for a couple days. Just because like there's other content on the screen than just doing or on the stream than just doing a ray tracer. So let me take this guy's website. What's his website? It's just raytracing.github.io. HTTPS raytracing.github.io. Just make sure I wrote that down correctly. Raytracing.github.io. Perfect. That guy's a legend. I'm gonna star that. That guy's a freaking legend. That's so cool. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, there might be an inequality, but like I've worked from home for nearly a decade. It helps to be your own boss. Find a business that you can do from home if you want to work from home. Sure, it's nice to be able to be an employee, but like, do you really want someone to be able to say, no, now you have to work from my office or the next until you get fired or you quit? I'm not a fan of like being a victim. if you're being inadequately or inappropriately, like there's ways to, yeah, sure, get legal representation and solve the problem, but like just avoid putting yourself in those kind of positions if you can. Generally, though, if you sit down and look at some software and source code, and play with some things and watch a couple YouTube videos and watch this stream, like there's no reason you can't work from home. You can find a job somewhere or build your own product and work from home. Seeking new ideas and feedback for my product. Put it on here. I'll look at it on the stream. Ingenuity, open source. I should actually maybe reach out to him and see if he wants to bring it to the stream. I know there's no one here, but like, there's no guarantee that anyone's gonna like give him good feedback here anyway. That's a huge move from 2009 writing about Windows mainline to publishing a book about the philosophy of money. I want to go to his website. Why wouldn't it let me go to his website? Let me go ahead and check to see if there's any activity in Twitch or on YouTube. I'm not expecting any, but still, it doesn't hurt to look. I really want to work through that ray tracing thing, but I'm not gonna do it right this minute. I'm gonna wait, do that. So I'm not gonna do it right now because like that's the kind of thing I really want to focus on, and right now I'm not really in the mood to like really dive that deep into like someone's book. But I'm obviously gonna do it on stream though. No issues there. I'm definitely gonna do it on stream and other new tasks. In fact, if I get diff, oh, I already committed it. But anyway, good push. I need to get in the habit of diffing first so I can see what to add to the comment, because the comment will be dictated by, whatever the input is, the change. Yeah, I want to also make a bot under not under OBS. It'd be under. I was gonna put bot, which is separate of the night bot for Discord, but it's gonna be posts in YouTube and Twitch stream. I'll say posts Discord link. Letting people know. I don't know. I'll probably do it every like 10 minutes or every 15 or 20 minutes. So every 15 minutes. I honestly, yeah, I think every 15 to 20 minutes for now is fair. Yeah, it's kind of a sad situation for me because I really should have started this sooner, and I'm the victim of that. Like it's my own actions, so I'm the victim of myself. But I've been wanting to start a live stream for a long time. I just wasn't sure exactly what to do, and I didn't want to do gaming, even though I love gaming. Like you know, that's fun and all, and I could definitely do gaming. Like I do love gaming, and maybe I should do a gaming thing, but like I want it to be more than that. And I spent so long just trying to decide what I wanted to do, and I'm talking about 2011. I've been wanting to do this for over 12 years, and it's just like what do I want to do? And then it's like you know what? Actually, I want to like I want it to be kind of counterculture. I want it to be like this, so like where I'm sure I could do gaming too, but like in this, but I want it to be very like grassroots. We built it up from a terminal with bugs, and we worked through a bunch of different issues and stuff like that. I know that doesn't sound sexy, but like to me, that's like you know. Plus, I'm doing other things than just gaming. I'm building my business. I'm doing stuff. Um, so I needed to start doing that. And maybe what I'll do is I'll just there'll be a couple days here where I stop talking and just work through stuff. And then if people join, that's cool. I'll have the Discord. I guess I'll get to the point where I have that bot posting the Discord link, and then I'll probably go kind of dark and just start typing and working through stuff. And then if we get a following of people and kind of a community built up from that, then that would be cool. Because it's not about me anyway. It's about what we're doing on the computer, you know. But like the ray tracing thing would be fun. There's so many things in my list I have to do that I think would be a lot of fun. Uh, and I think it's going to be really good content as we do it. I mean, yeah. So we have like the tinkering stuff, which maybe isn't that cool, but like there's going to be some cool stuff, like especially the GDB and the AI stuff. Doesn't matter which one I'm going to do first, and of everything out of here, right? Working through the bugs and operational stuff, that's not too sexy, but it's part of the stream. The point is not to really focus on these all the time. It's to like get things I need to do done. I'll call them chatbots. It's like things I need to get done, and the place I'm going to do them is here. I'm going to develop them or find them or source them or whatever here, and then work on getting them implemented. You know, the bot should be pretty easy. I just interact with the API and post like the message I want to post, which is just the Discord link. We'll say like, hey, join our Discord. Yeah, that's all I need to do. And then have it on a timer, and I'll just have it running in the background. And then when I start my stream, I'll start the script. And I could probably do that in Bash. I could do it in JavaScript, Python. It doesn't matter which language. I might do it in Python. It depends on. I need to get the YouTube. I'm not sure the best way to do it because I don't know if I have to go get. I don't know if like Twitch should be easy because Twitch seems like it just has an ongoing chat, and I just have to interact with that API. With YouTube, I have to like get the stream and then connect to the stream and then write my message there. So, but I want it to be one thing. I don't want to have to turn on 5 different scripts. So I'm gonna have my chat bot, and it's gonna be running from the computer here, and then that'll be it. But I don't want to have to like type in anything. So probably for YouTube, it'll have to go fetch the URL of the chat. I'm sorry, of the video, and then post on my behalf, with my credentials or something. I'll look into it. I'm sure there's some documentation on it, and we'll do the entire research and all that here. So it'll be a chat bot, but it's not going to be a YouTube video that's 20 minutes long. It's going to be potentially a stream that is like maybe 2 hours or 3 hours where we write the bot, and now you see all the pitfalls and all this other stuff and the actual work that gets done, not just like someone showing a script and here's the GitHub link, but like the actual evolution of writing the bot. The off-topic stuff, the music stuff up there. Again, the Discord bot, the night bot thing is different. The Discord bot's going to be like night bot for a Discord link. Oh, that's the same thing. That's really funny actually. So actually, I thought it was different. Let me take this and see which one I like more. So night bot. I don't know if it's going to be a Discord bot though. I'll call it like a chat bot slash Discord. Nightbot for Discord link in Twitch and YouTube. No, well, I guess it is that, but Nightbot posting community Discord link in Twitch and YouTube. Stream chat. And they'll post I'll say post every 15 minutes. That's 4 times an hour. Like if someone joins, they might be here for 3 or 4 minutes, and there's a higher likelihood that they will be here for 3 or 4 minutes, and that 15-minute thing will trigger. But I don't want it to be posting every 5 minutes, So like I think every 15 minutes it posts that chat thing, and then it just moves on. I think that's fair. I don't want to spam it, but 15 minutes isn't spam. Spam would be like every 10 seconds, or like every 5 minutes. I think 15 minutes is fair. Yeah. This is going slow, and it will go slow, but as we start ramping into stuff, like it'll pick up, and we'll be doing a lot of really cool stuff. But I'm easing into it as well, intentionally, right? I'm easing into it, but I'm obviously here and I'm working and I'm doing the stream, so like there's no issue with that. Like none of that's a problem. It's just I'm easing into like the elements of doing this, and making sure I feel comfortable with like different things before I really start going hardcore with the code. I'm trying to think ahead of all the problems we can have in the near term and try to fix some of those immediately up front. And I've done quite a bit. Like I fixed the audio. I got streaming on Twitch, which was all done live, right on stream. And then I added like the keyboard thing so you can see my keys. And I've worked through quite a few other issues. Last night I was having an issue with Linux where I couldn't pull packages. So like I solved that on stream. Today I've done a couple minor things. Really the audio was the main one. I can't remember if there's other stuff we did already. Because it's always going to be on the fly and kind of whatever there is to do, we'll do. whatever pops up, we kind of, if it takes precedence, we'll take care of it. We've also gone over a couple articles and read up on a couple different things. It's kind of a night, it's a Saturday night, so there's not too many people posting articles and stuff on Y Combinator, Hacker News, on a Saturday night and Sunday morning around most of the world right now. I'll tell you, if you've never done green tea with coffee, you're missing out. I'm actually, instead of they're going to call it ricing. I also want to do some like Web3 stuff. I want to do some like there's obviously stuff with Bitcoin as well, but just in general, like different blockchain experimenting. It's not going to be under deep dives. It'll be under experimenting. Tinkering. I think it'll be under tinkering probably first. It's hard because like that kind of stuff is like when it comes to blockchain stuff, like it's all unless you're messing with a Sepolia or something, it's all like production and it's all real money. So you know, um, which isn't a problem. I'm just saying like it's you don't want to tinker with that. You actually want to like, but I guess it'd be deep dive then, or yeah, I guess exploration. I don't know. There's so many directions to go, right? And that's kind of my problem. Is like there's so many things I want to do, and it's just like what's the priority? What's the more important thing to look at? It's not so much about DeFi. It's about like I guess what I should write here is maybe it's not exploration. Maybe it's deep dive, and it's like it'd be under your. It might even be under Gen 2. Let's write like solidity slash. There's a couple other ones. I think it's called Viper. We'll do solidity for now though. Let's do blockchain because it might be more than just like that. Just sucks because so much of the Web3 or so much of the blockchain industry is like gimmicks, and it's fine, but like I want to like experiment and do stuff, and like either it's gimmicky or like you have to pay money to use the chain, and that's okay, but like then I wanted to make it worth it. Like if I want to be spending money to like use a blockchain, then I at least want to like make it worth it. So let's say like I don't know. I've had different ideas for what you like for different projects and stuff. For now, it'll just be like I don't know. I'm kind of doing this on the side for my phone anyway, like exploring and keeping up with different things, but like actually using it. So I'd like to do some stuff with Bitcoin as well, but like I need to get a new like a bigger hard drive to like actually download the entire blockchain. Because if I want to do the blockchain, I want to like at least have the full node. I think. Let's put blockchain like that and figure it out from there. So it says I have one viewer, and I'm not sure if that's true, but let me mute this. But anyway, so I just messaged like join Discord to chat if you're interested or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I'm trying to grow the community and stuff. But like, this is a unique channel. Like, I'm not. I know it's kind of lame right now because I'm just sitting in a NeoVim file. But the idea is to just work through a whole bunch of really cool stuff and kind of bring people along the way. Um, and yeah, so like pretty much from boot to shutdown, right? I'm going to be streaming. So from the time I log in or unlock my computer until I log out or lock the computer, I'm streaming. So that's me experimenting, that's me tinkering, that's me working through like the stream itself and like improvements. It's different projects I want to take on. And it's not like I don't have any experience in this stuff. So like I'll be doing it. It's just I'm kind of slow right now in ramping up. Um, Deep dives and stuff like that, and like AI and ray tracing and blockchain stuff. I want to do some like configuration, like ricing this Linux box. So I'm going to take a lot of input from the community, which doesn't exist yet. But I'm member number one, but I'm not. There's no hierarchy here. It's just the idea is just to have a whole bunch of people in a community doing cool stuff. Ultimately, um, working through some like examples and some like programming books and stuff like that, where I'm kind of documenting that experience. But it's all rough, like intentionally. Like the point of this is kind of also to show that like things aren't as easy as like the YouTube video that's polished that is a 30-minute YouTube video on how to do something. In fact, oftentimes it's the exact opposite of that. It's a 3-day process and nothing works. And the example they gave you, every step they gave you along the way was wrong. And this is kind of proof of that. But I'm also going to be working through my businesses. I don't have all my stuff here, but like specifically right now, what's in front of me is I have a couple of things I want to do with a business that I already have, where I want to be developing my own security cameras, um, and then building some software around that. So like again, like there's so much going on, and but I'm not the star of the show. The star of the show is the computer. That's why I don't share my face right now. I've already been doxxed and everything, but what I'm saying is, like it's not about me. It's about this computer. It's about the process. It's just about like what's going on this computer. I just happen to be doing all these things, but I want it to be a community thing as well. I think I spelled surveillance wrong, so let me see if I spell surveillance real quick. I mean, oh, there we go. It's two of them, so that one is one L. So, and then, like I said, this is all community. So, like, if you want to participate, or you have suggestions or anything, you can pull this file from GitHub, and you can like do a pull request where you suggest different things, or you can go to Discord and make suggestions as well. I want this to be a global community as well, so I'm going to be broadcasting different hours all the time, because I want people from all over the world to be a part of this. And the way I see it is, it's like a movement, of just a new culture of live streaming, but also a new culture of engineering, a new culture of social media. Like I really I want to see the world in a better way, than it is. And the best way to do that is just to try to get a big reach and kind of push this new kind of way of doing things. And again, like I'm broadcasting my life on this computer, right? So like my business, everything is just going to be out in the open. Not like my passwords and stuff like that, but and not my banking information and not my like my customer names and stuff, but like, you know, the operations, the day to day building of the business, the day to day working through Linux and solving problems and looking through the logs and doing different, analysis things. And it's just all kinds of really interesting stuff. And it's just all on public display. That's pretty much what's going on here. So, I'll just say like, I misspelled something, and then git push. So anyway, VIT, you can go to GitHub. The link is in Discord. You can go to GitHub. You can pull this down. You can see what my priorities are. I'm taking input from the community as well. So like as I'm working through stuff, like feel free to like make suggestions and whatnot, or put a pull request in where you make some suggestions. Also, feel free to add things. Like if you want to see me do something, let me know. Also, if you want to contribute, let me know. If you have like music that you want in the background, like we can do that. If you already have some open source things that fit along with some of the things I'm trying to do, share that. If you're aware of it but you're not the developer, share it too. Like if it's open source, it's open source. But if you're the creator of something, I'll make sure I give you credit and put your name out there. Even though I don't have an audience and a community of people yet, like the idea is like at some point this will get big, and when it gets big, like your name being one of the people that is in the playlist of background music, that's a cool thing. Like imagine if some of these other streamers had like live music in the background and they were giving back to their community, like, hey, look, this guy's a really good musician, and his music's being played on our channel. That doesn't happen at all, and it's like kind of absurd. But like everyone's in it for themselves, and here I am showing code bases and my business up front, public. No one's doing this. So, and this is again from the time this computer boots until the time this computer shuts down, we're streaming live. There's no second takes. There's no edits. It is what it is. and it's different, but that's intentional. So if it sounds interesting to you, then please do consider joining Discord. Um, Eventually, I'll have a night bot that does that. I should probably post that on YouTube as well. Join the community. Join the community in Discord. So I know right now it's quiet, but we'll be streaming a lot more, and it'll pick up. Right now, I'm just kind of relaxing and chilling. It's Saturday night. It's 11 o'clock at night for me. You see that 2309 down on the bottom right corner. The American West Coast, US of A. I've lived in different places around the world. I've traveled quite a few countries. Um, I have friends all over the world as well, colleagues that I've worked with, and also friends that I actually have from like school and whatnot. Um, and just people I've met, out in the world. Um, so yeah, this is going to be a global movement, and it's going to be an interesting social experiment, that's for sure. Also, I'm looking into how I can like allow people to get access to this computer. Like I'm not sure. I don't want to go into details, but I will say, like, I want to be able to like let people SSH into this computer and actually have access to it and do things. Maybe not like anything too crazy, but have access. Like who else can you like access their home computer? You know through like any other streamer or personality on the internet. Like, can you access their? Are they going to let you access their computer at their house? Well, I am. I'm not right now, but that's yeah, like everything. I want to be like this is going crazy. This is going above and beyond, and like I'm going to blow the lid on what like social media really is. Today it's a joke. It's people that are just trying to grab money, and that's cool. But like I'm so much bigger than that. So in the Discord, we have announcements, we have links, we have a chat room. This is the chat that I plan on monitoring. I really don't want to watch. I really don't want to watch Twitch chat and YouTube chat, so I'd rather just have the community here, and the true, the true community members will be here, and this is where we will interact. Um, and then pull requests. If you want to like commit back to any repos that I'm involved in, you can share your pull requests here, or even like if you want me to review a pull request, code review. Maybe I should rename this to code review. Edit channel. Code review. Submit pull request here. Um, yes, submit. Um, yeah, I'll review your code on any project you have. But don't share like someone else's code base. Like share it. I mean, don't share someone else's push. Like if you have code you want to have reviewed, share it here, and I'll look, and we'll do it on stream. Everything I do is on stream. Suggestions. Give a suggestion for content or channel community improvements. So anything you want to see different, you can post right here. And then also Heckle. So Heckle's a really interesting channel, and I guarantee you no one else is doing this. There's not a single streamer on the internet that is letting you say anything you want. The only caveat is it must be targeting me. So you can come to this room and you can say anything you want, and you will not get banned, you will not get punished, you will not get anything. You'll just be welcomed, but it has to target me. So, uh, you know, take that for what it is. Now, it can only be in this room. So, in the heckle room, you can say anything you want about me, but it has to target me, and it has to be in this room. And that's the only thing that should be posted in here, is things that are like heckling me. And then any other chat, any good chat, anything you want to say nice about me, it can't go in heckle. It has to go in chat. You cannot give me any good. You cannot give me accolades. You cannot praise me. You cannot thank me in this room, unless you're thanking me because of like some nefarious negative comment you want to make about me. Like you can say thank you for being whatever, but like you cannot post in here anything positive. It has to be negative. Well, it can be anything you want to say, but like come on, let's be real. Um, but it has to target me. You can't talk about like the guy or the other lady in the channel or in the community. It has to be targeted at me. You can heckle me, and you'll be uplifted in the community for doing so. We will sing praises of you years and years down the road because you did it. You heckled Arc 6. And maybe one day we can actually do like a giveaway for like the people that have the best heckles. How cool would that be? Like like the all time leaderboard, right? Who moves into the top position and what did they say? So anyway, it's 11:15. I want to dive into some of this stuff, but it is kind of late for me. I've been working for quite a while today, doing a lot of other stuff. But and also I've been streaming. I think for about 4.5 hours now, or about 3 hours. Let's see if we can. Let's see how long this has been going. It's been going through. Let's try to hit 4 hours. Yeah, let's try to hit 4 hours, and let's actually try to do something in code. So maybe we'll go past 3 hours. I don't know. Actually, let me go ahead and step away for a second. I'm gonna make some more coffee and use the restroom, and then I'll be right back. So I'm gonna mute, and then I'll be right back.
All right. So I'm back with a little more coffee, a little more green tea mixed into my coffee, and I feel pretty good. It's getting a little late, but I was saying before I went and took my break that I want to do something tonight with programming. I'm kind of leaning toward looking into agents, like AI agents. I don't know exactly which one I want to deal with. Um, I kind of want to get into some autonomous stuff. Like there's no reason I have to write necessarily I can at least have the AI do some of the baseline stuff for programming, like the bots, like the Discord bots and stuff like that. So I can like interact with it, and then it will cook in the background, and then when I come back, I can at least I can research from the points that the AI got me, and then work with the AI on developing the plugins and whatnot. So I actually might this I kind of feel like that would be a good direction for a lot of this stuff. Just to interact with the AI a lot more. Um, but still, it would be broadcasting live stream of like every interaction I have, and the entire boot to shut down on this computer. So you know even with my business, I've been using AI quite a bit. And if you're not, there's a chance that you might fall behind. Let me go ahead and mute real quick. I want to make sure audio is good. All right, so let's audio sounds good. So we're gonna move forward. If there's anyone watching, consider joining the Discord because that's really going to be where I will communicate. If you have questions or if you want to contribute to any degree, that's the best place. Um, yeah. So let's go ahead and move forward. Let's go ahead and let's see. So I think I want to do AI tonight. Agents, have some autonomous factories doing research on topics. For now. Let's just do the deep dive on agents because I don't even know where to really start. I know that there's a couple. There was one that was really cool. Let's go ahead and open. Well, I'm already in DuckDuckGo, so let's just go up here and go AI agent. Um, and then there was a software. No, no, no. I'm sorry. There was a game. That's just the way it was going. It was like Game GPT, I think is what it was, or Chat Dev AI. It might have been Dev AI. I'll know in a second. Yeah, it was Chat Dev AI. So, and that just interacts with ChatGPT, which I have. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's probably the better way to go. It's running Python. I have Python already installed. I think I have Python. I should. So, yeah, Python 3. Cool. Okay. You set. So we're in bits for bytes. I think I'm going to try to do as much as I can in this repo. So let's go ahead and let's start from the top, right? And we'll work our way down. So ChatDev stands as a virtual software company that operates through various intelligent agents holding different roles, including chief executive officer, chief technology officer, programmer, tester, and more. These agents form a multi-agent organizational structure and are united by a mission to revolutionize the digital world through programming. The agents within ChatGPT collaborate by participating in specialized functional seminars, including tasks such as designing, coding, testing, and documenting. I would call it documentation, but okay. Um, the primary objective of ChatDev is to offer an easy to use, highly customizable, and extendable framework, which is based on large language model (LLMs) and serves as an ideal scenario for studying collective intelligence. Like that's a really cool thing. I heard about this quite a while ago. I just never really played with it yet. Um, so yeah, create customized software with natural language ideas. So it doesn't have to be game.
even though it's like it's kind of focused on like game development, you can really do anything you want. And I have a lot of ideas on what we could have the chat AI do. So, one, clone the repository. So we'll do that now, and I'm gonna do this in not here. I'm gonna do it in AI. I'll clone down. Set up a Python environment. Ensure you have version 3.9 or higher. Yeah, okay. You can create and activate this environment using the following commands. Replacing chat dev conda env with your preferred environment name. So let's go ahead and get started. Conda create dash n. Do I have conda? I don't. So I don't want to type too much of that. That's my password. So 1 second. Let me go over here and cut my password. No conda. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I gotta get conda installed. So let's clone this. I'm actually surprised it wasn't just something that was readily available. Unless I'm just spelling it wrong. I know I'm not spelling it. Yeah, conda. Oh, Python conda. Okay. Or mini conda. Let's do Python conda. Hmm. Ah, that's not working. I wonder why. It shouldn't be this hard to like get conda on my computer. Official user guide. I don't need to learn how to use it. I just need to get the install. There's mini conda. Let's try mini conda. Really? What in the world? All right, let me turn back on my keys, my keyboard, so at least you can see what's going on. Trying to just work through this and get conda. Is it? Do I have to do anaconda? I thought. I mean, everywhere else is just called conda. Go to Linux. So they're saying to. I've always used anaconda, so let's just keep with that. And then let's go with Linux. I don't want to do it through like a UI. I really don't like downloading this way. But okay. Let's go ahead and hopefully the installation for this isn't terrible. You never know anymore. You get something and sometimes it's good, most of the time it's broken and the instructions are wrong. Let's see. Why is it taking so long to like? Why can't I just go back? Like, why is it willing to stay there? Okay, so I just download it and then run the sh file. How long is that gonna take? A gig, really? What? I should have gone with mini, huh? Let's see how big mini is. Oh, I'll just do it like this. I don't want to deal with all that other stuff. Let's cancel this. Cancel. All right, let's just copy this down, I guess. This feels broken. It just cuts off right here. I don't. That doesn't seem right. Maybe it is. Doesn't even have like the URLs and stuff. I don't think this is. It keeps breaking. It keeps sending me down to the bottom and stuff. Oh, it's loading more. Maybe. Yeah, this just feels so broken. It's like loading still. Okay, that's the licensing software. Whatever. It was just taking a while to load. It is a big script, I guess. Can I just curl this or something? Like, why are these instructions garbage? Come on. Why is the internet dealing with come on, do better, Conda. This is ridiculous. No, I'm gonna fucking drop it and then open a new one. That's stupid. Like, why can't you just have like decent? And then you have chat dev depending on it. Like, it's not bad enough. Like we have to go and do something stupid. And this is why the channel exists, because 90% of what you're doing is a waste of time, it seems. Open. I never thought Conda was gonna be. I've used Conda before. On Mac, it was also stupid. But on Linux, like, come on, I have to copy a bash script that's taking 30 minutes to load. No wonder Arch Linux didn't want to provide it. The Mini Conda 3. Do I have to do it with a 3? Not that one. Mini Conda 3. Yeah, it really doesn't. Like, Arch Linux is smart. It doesn't like Conda. I gotta turn off my keyboard again. I don't blame Arch Linux one bit. I don't blame the AUR for not having anything to do with Conda. Because from what I can tell, Conda is garbage. Just from my own experience over many years ago, but also like the installation process. What a joke! What an absolute joke! Yeah, I me too. I tried that. Look how ridiculous Conda is. If this, I would be if I was an engineer working with on or with Conda, I would be embarrassed at how ridiculous it is. This is almost like this is like Java level of uh, ineptness. This is like on the level of Java. So yeah, downloading and compile myself. For sure, I don't have a problem downloading and compiling myself. But it's like, why? This makes me not want to use this project. Like I want to do this project, but it makes me not want to do it because it depends on a bullshit, stupid, incompetent group of developers that make a ridiculously complex installation process. This is why people don't use Linux. Like, people like Conda that make it hard for people to use it. They can't just provide a simple freaking installation. Yeah, I don't blame you, buddy. I would avoid using it. Yeah, me too. And I have used it, by the way. I'm not judging it off of this installation process. I'm judging it off of like a horrible experience as a user, as an engineer many years ago, and now this. People can, and this was 3 years ago, and people gave up. 3 years ago, people gave up. 4 years ago, technically. Like, this is such a bad look. Micro Mamba. AUR the binary. I don't want to deal with. I would be embarrassed if I was not if I was any affiliation, like if I had any affiliation with Honda, I'd be embarrassed that this is the process. Anaconda and Mini Conda are like the two most prevalent Honda implementations, and you have to use a third one called Micro Mamba because the other two are too incompetent to like actually make a decent installer. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but I no, I mean I this is the experience. I can only go off of the experience. I would be embarrassed to be a part of a project where the installation was written as ridiculously as this was. Prepare? Like, what are you preparing? Wasting my time. I don't care about these patches. Yes, I want to remove everything as soon as it's done because I don't want nothing to do with their stuff. I just need it so I can run chat down. That was the worst Python experience I've ever had. That made me feel like I was using Java. Made me feel like I was using freaking web beans or some bullshit or like Tomcat or something. This is so absurd. This makes me never want to like if I ever have an opportunity to recommend something, like this makes me not want to recommend Python because I know they sorry. I have to mute stuff. Sorry. Yeah, I mean this makes me not want to like for example, like let's say like someone's like, hey, what language should I get into? Like when I see this experience, an error, it failed to build. Oh my god, are you serious? Yeah. Like I can never recommend Python again because this is the experience. Because if you want to use certain modules and plugins and whatnot, you have to go through this bullshit. You have to go through this broken dependency chain. It's almost like they're gatekeepers. Like this is no better than Oracle, which is abysmal. So congratulations, Conda. You used to be cool in the '90s or early 2000s. I remember seeing a picture of Conda when it was like 7 people in like a little town in Montana, and like that was the team of people that like they came together in the community and just built something cool. And now this is the state of it. Maybe like someone retired or something, you know. But my entire every time I've ever had to use Conda, it was dreadful, and now I can't even install it. And I don't even want to try figuring out why. That's how like I want to do AI stuff on my computer, and then it's like this. Let's try number two. I tried one first. Why do I even have to answer that? Don't show any diffs. I don't want to see anything. Just install it, please. Like this isn't like a weird setup. Like I'm running the latest version of like everything you can possibly be running the latest version of. Latest stable, I mean, latest stable. Like I'm not like, I'm not Wild West in it here. I'm on Linux, but like it's not Wild West. This is, version 5.13 of Linux kernel, version 23 of Manjaro. And I mean, I was installing a binary and it failed to compile the binary. Like, why did it even have to compile? It's a binary. More compiler errors. What a surprise. A seg fault. You can't be serious. What a joke. What an absolute garbage project. Yeah, look at everyone's having problems with Honda. What a horrible look. Try again. This is ridiculous. And then the script doesn't even load. Like, this is the second time I've looked at this, but this is absurd. The script takes like 4 days to load. And the only reason it's loading fast right now is because that's the stuff that's already been patched from the last time I loaded it. And now my browser froze. What a surprise! Trying to load a bash script that's 4 gigs big. Yeah, yeah. You can never recommend Honda. I mean, you can never recommend Python now because they're going to get trapped in Honda help. Apparently, population 7 because no one wants to use it. It works on Mac. Like that's the thing is like it works on Mac. Honda does. That's because like I guess one person in the world cares and wrote a brew installation script. But like you know, I would look at that. Like, how is this their freaking bash script? Are you serious? What a joke! And now it's gonna crash my browser again. Thank you, Conda. God, I would be so like I would be so embarrassed. Look at this garbage. Get out of here. Get off my screen. I hope I can figure out a way to get this running without Conda because I refuse to use Conda. Well, Conda refuses to let me use it. I should say. Like, what's some other way to actually set up my Python environment? I can do a Python environment without Conda. I'm sure you have version blah blah blah. You can create and activate this environment using. Like, can't I just do pip install? Like I can just cd into it and do pip install, right? Like I don't want anything to do with Conda. Reset. Screw you. I want nothing to do with you. ls cd chat dev. And what was it? It was just like the typical like. It was just the typical requirements, right? Yeah, yeah. Pip reinstall. Okay. I don't mind these being installed locally. If it means I don't have to use freaking Conda. I don't use Python really anyway, so and I can do virtual env. Maybe or is that what's called virtual env? Pip3 install virtual env. Let's do that. Does it not work? What's wrong with pip 3? Okay. They're saying Python. Gotta go back over here, and I don't know if this is gonna work either, so we'll try, and if it doesn't work, then we'll. Well, that works. We'll do virtual env because virtual env allows me to still have a dedicated Sven, right? It's been so long. Is it just virtual env? Yeah, virtual env 3. Able to like create, right? Yeah, I know that's creator. Let's do TLDR virtual env. Yeah, virtual env path virtual env. And then to access it, I see that. Let's just do virtual env. Ah, cool. Now I'm in my virtual env. Now I can do pip3 install -r requirements. .txt. Oh, it wants me to do it that way. Wow, that is really ugly. That is really Python is like crap. Like Python's essentially trash on new shell. That's sad. That's so sad. No, no, this is a specific. This seems to be like a specification. Like because this PEP 668 thing shows up everywhere. What the heck? If you believe this is a mistake, please contact your Python installation. Or I'm not even going to mention my distribution. No, thank you. It's your fault, Python. You can override this at your own risk of breaking by doing break system packages. Okay. -- break system package. It's in the virtual. No, I don't care. OpenAI. Oh, cool. Okay, yeah, this is all working out then. Cool. I am. This leaves a sour taste in my mouth though. Like Python. I like Python. I've used Python throughout my. Of course, another. Why wouldn't there be another error? Do not install packages due to OS error. No bullshit. There's no. I have to make that directory. I highly doubt. What? Like, what is going on here, dude? Like, come on. What? Is that the problem? Do I have to make a directory called .local bin? Ah, gosh. Look at how like horrible this experience is. Make dir home/local bin, and the only reason I'm doing this local bin thing is because they're telling me to do it. Like I'm not just. This isn't just something I'm pulling out of my imagination. It wants this local bin tqdm thing, not a directory. Could not install packages due to an OS error. This is an operating system error. The operating system's fine. Error no 20. Not a directory. And it's telling me that this is not a directory. Well, it's not even anything. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. You can't even go to that. So what's it? So like it create it? Do I have to run sudo or sudo or whatever? Let's try running sudo, even though it's my home directory. Like, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I've gotten to the point where, like, I can never recommend Python again until they fix Python. This whole experience has been garbage. And of course I shouldn't run sudo. This is ridiculous. I'm expecting it to fail 100%. Don't worry. It's totally expected to fail. Hey, it didn't fail. So I had to run as root. And what's inside of it? Nothing. Yeah. So like this installed somewhere. Oh, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, I have the freaking packages installed. What a joke. Um, and this won't work either because I'm not using. This should not have to be. This is so ridiculous. Like, how are these people Python developers? This isn't how you do it. You have a config file with it. You don't load it from your shell. You don't load it from Bash. You have a config file. That's a .json or a freaking whatever .config .in. It doesn't matter what the file's called, and then you store your secret there. You don't export it on your desktop or on your shell. That's so stupid. How are like gosh, that is so annoying. They're so lazy. All they had to do was have like reading a file. I don't want this set somewhere on my environment. But of course, like you've seen the experience of Python up to this point. Of course, the people depending on Python would be that way. No elegance at all. I install as root. I'd install my virtual environment as root, or not my virtual, but my actual requirements. I didn't even look at it. I didn't look at the file. What's even in requirements? Why did I have to use root? It didn't install virtual M. It didn't even knew it needed virtual M. I didn't install it manually. Okay. So I had to get my secret and put it in my bash or in my terminal. That's so dumb. And it's probably not going to work because I'm using new shell. I can't even run export. Export's not even a keyword. So I have a config. It's like vi new.config. And down here I can add my secret. But still, it shouldn't be in here. I shouldn't have to have my I shouldn't have to have my API key secret in my API key. I shouldn't have to have my API key in my bash environment when I'm running in a virtual environment of Python. Like be more contained, be more self-contained. Have a file and let me put my secret in the file. I can do that, but I'd have to change the actual repo, like the code in the repo to do that. I mean, all you do is up here, you would just do like a file import. It's not that hard, but I don't want to do that. I want to use it the way it's developed. Look, they're reading in files. They're reading in two files right here. They're reading in two files or three files. They couldn't read in my secret file. That's so stupid. And maybe you don't appreciate what I'm saying because for whatever reason, but like trust me, You're reading in 3 files, read in a 4th file. You don't have your secret just flown around on your freaking virtual, I mean, on your bash environment. That's how you get your secret, you know, mishandled. I can't run export, so I have to like save. I have to save it in my environment file, which is okay. But like, why couldn't they have just made it self-contained, and then I don't have to deal with my virtual environment or with my terminal or my shell? Why do I have to deal with my shell? This has nothing to do with my shell. I want to try something. Yeah. Um. Hmm. I pretty much have to do it through new shell. I'm just making sure that it, I don't have to put it somewhere. Yeah, I didn't like that. Setting variables in new shell is also a pretty horrible experience. But all I wanted to do was run this chat AI thing, and here I am having to set up new shell. Thank you, Python. Right. Let me go to OpenAI real quick. I'm gonna have to do this off. Like I'm gonna have to move this over to another monitor. I never want to use the other monitor, but I am messing with an API key. So oh, it crashed. Of course it did. And that's a different one. That's set at 64,000, and now it's not gonna load again. Yeah, I need to look at how to get my. I'm about to just type it in. I think I can get it on my phone. I've had it on my phone before, so let me just get it on my phone real quick, and then I'll paste it in there, and then hide it, and then test it. It's not the end of the world, but geez, man, like this could be so much of a better experience. But you can tell by my voice, like I'm used to it at this point. It's been 15 years of engineering professionally with this, which is why I have this channel. It's it's sad. everything is broken. Everything is wrong. And usually the people that have the worst, most broken things tend to be the ones that make the most money. They make it so ridiculously overly complex and wrong and broken, and then somehow that attracts investors. So let me go to OpenAI and get my secret. API key. I'm just going to call this one chat dev. I'm making a new one dedicated for this in case they have some, because it is developed, in a region of the world that you probably don't want them to have access to any other keys other than the one that you give them. Let me write this down. Let me actually do it like this. I'm gonna have to turn off this for a minute here, so like you don't see my key. And I'm just gonna have to load this. Let me actually get everything prepared. I'm actually gonna test something. I'm gonna test one of these real quick. It looks like it should be pretty easy to do. So let me just move this over to my other screen, and then we'll. So let me just open again, and then let me see if this goes further over. It's a long one. Oh, great. So I have to type it by hand. It's not terribly long, but it's long enough that. So we do env. Let me bring that up as well, so I can just. Whoops. Here we go. Over here to 8. So env dot, and whatever was the name of the variable they wanted it to be, it was OpenAI key equals now I key, which is it's either an I or an L. Let me try L. I think it's lowercase L. Let me see if there's another L in here though. I don't see one. Let's try that. Okay, so that's there. Let me clear my screen real quick. On 8. I'll bring this back over to 1. Back over to 7 and enable this again. Okay. And now keep working through this. I'm gonna keep that up in case I have to do something else. I should just be able to run this. Oops, U. Alright, so Python 3 run py. PD AI reset. Alright, so it's gonna be Python 3 run.py snake clone. I'll say classic snake clone. Written in C, so I can just easily load it. we'll call it wait 1 second. Dash name snake clone. Let's call it Snake Clone in C. That's the name of the game. That's a really good game. You never played Snake Clone. I gotta name this. I gotta give it the task flag. Maybe this will work. No, of course it didn't. It didn't. Yeah, because my API key. Yeah, yeah. So how about this? How about I change that file? How about I change this file? What's the file? Model backend. So vi camel model backend.py. And instead of this, I'm just gonna hard code my secret right here. So let me move this over there again real quick, and I'll paste it in there. Whatever I have to do to get it in there. Let me move it over there. And I guess I'll just type it in again. Let me turn off my keyboard one more time. I'll get over there. Start typing my key. Oh, what the heck? I have the whole damn thing typed out, and my browsers or my yeah, I know. Oh my god. Reset. Hit checkout. Whatever the name of this damn file is. One second. Let me come down here. For some reason, what the fuck? Come on, like there's no reason for Python to be this stupid. Delete it. Have to type the whole thing again. Try this. Maybe it'll work. Let me enable my the keyboard overlay again. Now, it didn't like that. And that's in Error. The API client option must be set either by passing API key to the client or by setting the open API key in the environment. It is being passed. I can't show this because it will leak my key, but I guess I'll just rotate it. It's right here. I just changed it to a string instead of loading from environment. Let me make sure. Since it's already here, I'll rotate it after this task. 95 WWYWOF WR capital Y 33 6 EH 9 Z capital T 3 capital B lowercase LBK capital FJ4 lowercase FJP lowercase P4 capital JB1 capital P U lowercase and then 6 double capital C 2 lower C capital NC capital J 4 lower Z then capital UZ lower L. What's not that? This is where the damn secret's set at. So like, why is this not okay? Is there another place I need to set it at? Client. That's it. That's in user lib. I'm not setting my password in user lib. All right. So Spider needs it as well, I guess. Camel web spider. 918. Yeah, it needs my environment API key here as well. Okay. So let's do it again. See, this is why you set secrets in one place and not in your environment. Because then you just have to set it one time and then it loads the config. Like they loaded everything else from configs. I do. See, that's what I was saying. Like this was developed in a country that you probably want to be careful with what secrets you provided. I'll just say that. So I'm giving it a secret. I'm gonna rotate it as soon as I see if it works. I'm gonna rotate it out and see if I can disable some of that Baidu shit. They don't even have they don't even say that it's being used as an import. And then down here they like queries. It's querying Baidu. And it don't matter what their comment says. You can't trust their comment. You don't know what that API is doing. Wow. That's scary stuff. They make no mention of reaching out to Chinese databases. So that's a Chinese database. Baidu is a Chinese government platform. That's right. I do not like that it uses. Of course, it failed. So it takes your secrets and then it fails. Yeah, and open you have to set your open API key everywhere instead of just one config. Art design, very good job. Let me do that. Oh, I can't just. One second. Let me VI the last file I wrote. I want to see what the name of it's called. And see, here it's called self API. It's called something else. Every location. So what's the new one I have to change? The most recent one I have to change is in utils. I guarantee you this is not token. It's TikTok English. I could be wrong, but I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Okay, so what language or which line is the thing on? Line 79. Wait, is it 79? Let me look again. Line number 156. It's failing if I'm not setting it in the environment. It doesn't need to even be set in the environment. So let me close this. Well, this being developed in China makes sense why they use Honda. So now if I go to OpenAI, it should be communicating with OpenAPI. Let me get out of here. Maybe there's a new chat starting. New chat? Is it this? That's a different. That's a conversation I had. I was trying to do some stuff about working on a car. Failed again. What a surprise! Open API key not found in line 155. Okay, let's comment that out too. Wait, actually, I have an idea. I was, I was gonna bypass our bullshit if else thing. Oh, I can't because it needs to return. Let's try that. We'll see if it works. I have no idea. Failed again. What a surprise! I'm not impressed at all with this Chinese built software. Um, insufficient quota. I don't know why I'm paying. I got the code. I got my secret somehow. Rate limit. Well, that's a good thing though. Well, like a rate limit means that it at least accessed it, so that means the secret's correct. Let me look at my phone real quick to see what OpenAPI, like why it's not. Oh, let's try again real quick because maybe I just hit done, so maybe I had to like actually like enable it or something. I'm not sure. So I'm running. I see that maybe someone else is watching. I'm not sure if there's someone watching or not. I bet this fails again. I Par for the course. This should fail. If it doesn't fail, I don't know what I'm gonna do. But if it does not fail, I'll be happy. Yeah, of course it failed. Never use Python programs written in China. Um. Okay, so this is okay though. This is what this channel is about, is working through bullshit. Like, okay, so I'm hitting a quota limit, and my API key's correct. So the idea here though is I want to write an AI agent. I'm using chat dev. I'm faster than the. But anyway, I'm using chat dev, and I just want to like play with it. I'm actually having it write just the game of Snake in C. So classic Snake clone written in C, and then the name of the game is Snake clone in C, and we'll see if it actually compiles a Python, or I'm sorry, a C lang, executable binary. So, but I'm running into an issue where it wants to access my API through uh, ChatGPT, but the API key is failing. And before that, I had to modify the script a bunch because their script was garbage. So I'm just looking at my phone real quick to see what my API key is because not my API key, but my API rate limited stuff is because it's saying I'm getting rate limited, and I know I'm not getting rate limited. Fucking idiots! I think they have a bug in their software because there's no reason this should be failing. Right? Try running it again. Usage page. Yeah, yeah. I have plenty of credits. I can do another like 20,000 API calls before. Yeah, yeah. I'm probably more than 20,000. I could probably run another like 50,000. I haven't my activity's been so low. I've done no API requests. They haven't even queried the API. I can see that they haven't queried the API. So I don't think that this is a legitimate error. They're saying it's an OPI rate limit 429. They're saying it came from, yeah, but well, this is so total bullshit. I honestly think because this is what concerns me. When I go up here to the web spider, they have some shit for Baidu. Like they're actually querying Baidu with I don't know what information for a keyword, but what I'm saying is like they're interacting with this API. There's no idea what the hell the government sponsored tech company Baidu's data or like system is doing with an API call when I'm providing my API key. So I'm going to revoke the API key right this minute so that the Chinese people can't use my key. Let me go ahead and do that right now. Delete. Delete. All right. So at least if they just stored my API key, it's worthless to them. I guarantee you there's something nefarious going on here with that, because why would you have a callback to a Chinese database when all I'm trying to do is in the model, like their website doesn't say like interact with China. No, it says one thing: interact with OpenAI. Why are you taking my key? And then the very next calling in a China database. That like, and I'm not like this is their website. One second, let me go back to their website. It's chat dev. They make no mention of China at all. I know it's Chinese. I've seen they can't even write English, so I know it's Chinese. And then the source code, like the very first command, calls China. The very first function calls China. I don't think anyone knows that, because why would you look? That's why they want you to set your secret in your fucking bash, so that you don't look. That's wild to me. And no one knows, because no one watches this stream, because I just started the stream and the quality wasn't anything until just now. So, but that's wild to me that it's just calling China's API right there in the first function, even though there's no reason to. There's not a single reason to contact China to execute this program. So I'm not a fan, and I'm not going to use this one. I'll find a better agent that's not written in China. So let's go back. And I have no issues with China. I don't appreciate having an open having a script in my that's using my secret. And you could consider the West and the East. You could consider the West and China being in a war for AI. You really could. It's just the truth. That's not something that's like not known. So if you consider the West and China as competing global interests in artificial intelligence, and this thing was published like a couple months ago in open source and everything, and the very first thing it does is contacts China's database, you would be a fool not to at least question. And every YouTube video says, go ahead and do it. Download Chat Dev AI. And they had time to edit. Like, they could have looked. They're just like, why wouldn't you? Let's go to DuckDuckGo and download another and get off this rant. Let's find another chat agent other than the China one. I mean, the thing is that I could probably write my own. At least it's not calling China. I wouldn't bullshit. I wouldn't lie. I would just make I mean, it's literally just. It's so simple. It's so simple. Let me do a high level overview of what you would do to make a chat agent. I'll do it. Let me go back. I want to get this program off of my computer as soon as possible. So bear with me for a second. Boom. On. Okay. So what I would do is let's just vi agent architecture, right? Okay, so first you have a script which no, let's not even talk about the script yet. Let's just say one, create a directory with multiple agent, or let's say multiple what's the phrase where it's like it's not a person, but it would be like roles. Create a directory with multiple roles, Two, each role is called as a class, and I'm using a Python term there, but as an object mapped to an open API or an open AI as an OpenAI. So each rule is called as an object mapped to an OpenAI API call. So you can imagine. Come on, let me type here. Let me type here. Why do you keep adding ed? Why you don't have to do this? Thank you. Jesus. You go over there, please, and delete that last white space. So anyway, number 3. Nope. Come on, come on. You don't have to be this hard. Thank you. Okay. So each rule is called as an object mapped to an AI to an OpenAI API interface. Any response from the OpenAI API call is fed back as a conversation item, right? Or conversation items are used as input to Open API or to OpenAI. With target role assumed. So what that means is I query OpenAI with one of my roles. I get a response. I take that response and I feed that as an input to the other role, which takes that new input to them and uses their role and their assumption, their configuration to also query ChatGPT with that information. So it's really just toggling hot potato with like the latest response. So 5, continue playing hot potato with replies from OpenAI until task is achieved. 6, each role is assigned duties which, when combined and fulfilled, achieve the desired outcome. So we don't need China to write that. I can write that. Or anyone could when you simplify it to what it is. And then what OpenAI or what they do with Chat Dev is they 7 add a fake ass wannabe what do you call it pixel what's that pixel art UI. I don't even think it's animated. It's literally, I think it's just a picture. So like that, and that's like assault from China on the West 101. Make a shiny object that calls their database. So now for if Chinese call China database. There we go. So those are the 8 steps that you need to do to be a chat agent. Or to have a chat agent platform. So step 8 need not apply if you're not Chinese, but if you're Chinese, you have to call the Chinese database, so you make sure you pass all that information to China. Because they're trying to build their models too. So essentially they're using you and your dumbass to scrape OpenAI so they can build their own database. Their own large language model. And if you don't believe me, read the code. So I'm demoralized. I entered this thinking, hey, how about we do some stuff with AI? And now it's like, all right, well, it's midnight, and I found a bug that, or not even a bug, a feature built into a Chinese built, you know, the leading chat agent tool that probably no one knows about. And I don't have a voice yet on Twitch because I've only been on here for 2 days, so like people would rather watch like Grand Theft Auto and retards shooting at like you know fake cars to even care. Coffee break. Right here, 1 second. So I'm drinking coffee mixed with green tea. That's some delicious beverage. Let me add one final touch to this. Scraping OpenAI. I'm actually going to CP. I'm gonna CP that because I want to keep that, but I also want to CP it. What was that called? Agent Arch to my bits for bytes repo. Get status. Let me VI topics. At this point, it's all right. I did my deep dive. My deep dive was investigate and look into this kind of stuff. I tried to write a toy game, but nope, it won't because it's a Chinese app. So let's go up here to not tinkering operations, no projects. Hey, here's a good idea. Projects. Write a chat. Um, it's not even an agent. It's an agent cluster. And it's not even a chat agent cluster. It's just an agent cluster. Write an agent cluster. And all the ones I'm aware of, I think, are Chinese. So I'll do this. Write an agent cluster that doesn't call home to Chinese databases. And that'll be a project we work on one of these days. Hopefully soon, because it's absurd that like that's even happening and the world is just letting it happen on the Western world does not even care. That's so crazy to me. And again, I'm not like I have no issue with like everyday common people from any part of the planet. And I've lived in other countries and I've traveled and like all over the world and I've been to China and I have uh friends from all over the world, including all over China, um, and Russia, and South Africa, and all over South America, and Australia, and the Philippines, and Japan, and Korea, and Singapore, and Indonesia, and Germany, and France. Like, if you were going to come after me and act like I'm some kind of asshole because of what I said about some program that is being pushed all over the internet that is calling home to China and essentially slurping chat GPT results, then piss off because I'm just saying what it is. There's no reason at all. There's no reason at all that Chat Dev AI needed to call home to a Baidu API after, like, the very it was like step one, import or initialize the or verify that the ChatGPT OpenAI API key was valid. Step two, call home to China Baidu database. Really? That's step two in the program. Step two in the program is call Baidu. That makes me want to go to GitHub and figure out something real quick. So GitHub, I'm just going to go back to the project and go to their GitHub and say and make an issue questioning that. So chat, what is it called? What is their bullshit? RM. It's called chat dev AI. Chat dev AI. Maybe someone else has already asked the question, but I doubt it because most people are soft. Rate limiting. Yeah, yeah, of course there's like 7 things in Chinese. Yeah, yeah, rate limiting error. Yeah. I'm actually going to respond to him and say maybe it's because of the Baidu call. And what was the name of the file? In Web Spider. Let me actually go to it real quick. So yeah, let me go down here to Web Spider. I don't see any reason why they should be going to Baidu. Baidu.com. They're posting a request. So like and they're using the wrong API. That's supposed to be for. That's probably why it's failing. Actually, that's why his is failing. Makes me wonder what else is calling Baidu. You go up here and search. I'm a little disappointed that chat dev is so broken, but also I'm a little disappointed that it requires conda. Uh, and then yeah, so if I was gonna write it, I'd probably do it in Go because then I could do channels or Go routines essentially, um, which would allow like just a better experience. I think it'd probably run faster. It could probably run quite a bit faster. Um, they could be doing multi-threading essentially. So I could have two or three or more, right? Like I mean, but I could have like 20 or 30 different roles and essentially agents, right, running. And then for each let's say the CEO is talking to marketing and that's over there going on. And while that's happening, the chief technology officer and one of the developer like the lead developer could be working. Like there can be all this stuff going on in parallel. Whereas that's not really supported in Python so well. Um, it is, but it's not as well. And I guarantee you, chat dev doesn't do it good enough. I think chat dev goes like CEO talks to CTO, and in the meantime, like CEO hands off to CTO, and then CEO just sits down and waits, and then CTO goes to developer, and then developer does its job while CTO sits down and waits. So now you have like all these idle, roles, and I think it could be like enhanced significantly. So if I was going to do this, I'd write it in Go or Go routines. So let me actually start taking some notes on that, and we'll actually consider doing this as a primary project. I'm gonna get rid of the China thing. As more being a smartass, but still, like that's ridiculous. So, um, Go for you written Go and Go to take advantage of Go routines. So the way to think of this is that um, each role can be involved in at least in one conversation at a time or more. But the main thing is that each role can do one thing at a time. So each role can have assigned work um, can be assigned tasks can be assigned task slash work, can have multiple tasks, can have multiple tasks assigned, and can focus on one task at a time. Each role can simultaneously pause task to reply to another role, unblocking other role. So if the developer role reaches out, like needs something from the CTO, then the CTO can stop what he's doing to, because you think about it, like anytime a junior to the senior needs the senior should pause what he's doing to address that problem generally. So now the developer won't go to the CEO, but the CTO might have to take, like the junior dev might bring something to the CTO, and the CTO will have paused what he's doing and either address the problem and respond back or escalate. So escalations from junior to senior in hierarchy, but what is that called in org chart? Will so will be handled immediately or
escalated, right? So if the junior dev has something and he takes it to the CTO and the CTO can't address it for whatever reason, then he needs to escalate it. Now the thing with the CTO is the CTO needs to solve the problem if it's a problem that he can solve, right? Just like that's the job of the CTO. Um, Obviously it's wider than that, but I'm saying like simply in simple terms. But at some point there's going to be something like let's say the junior dev needs like it reaches out to the CTO because of like a financial thing, right? And a directional thing. And the CTO can address that to the extent that he can, but then he might have to like eventually like there might be some part of that response that needs to go to the CEO. And then the CEO will sign off on the last part, and then that will trickle back down to the CTO, where then the CTO will continue to solve the problem and then pass the solution down to the junior dev, and then the junior dev, and I'm not saying junior dev, I'm saying the junior to the CTO, which is the dev, right? Will then solve, or will then use that response and then solve whatever issue whatever's going on with him, and then the next thing, like maybe further on in the evolution of the project that the agents are going through, um, the dev might again raise something, and then that might involve product to get involved, right? Like that's reality. That's what an org is. So like that would be the way to write an agent, and then you can take advantage of that using Go routines. So because while the dev is doing that, you can imagine that there's marketing and there's all these other things that are kind of building up the environment of like an actual game being released called Snake Classic written in C. We could do that for anything, and what do you think happens in normal game development, in actual real game development? You have developers developing, you have requirements coming down from the top, right? And then you have developers either implementing those or giving feedback on what technical challenges there are with meeting those solutions, possibly giving pushback, and then that pushback goes back to product and engineering leads and whatever to sort out the next solution. And then you don't pull out the CEO every time that there's a situation where they need to solve the problem. That's why you have engineers. That's why you have um, product. That's why you have design. That's why you have all these different departments. The CEO only needs to know what's going on, at a higher level, and then if something actually necessary for him to have input, like we're getting sued because we're using copyrighted music, like that kind of thing, right? Like where there's actual CEO activity that needs to be involved, right? And obviously that would be legal as well. Now in this role we're not going to worry about legal, but you can imagine having a legal role as well in case anything happens that where the developers need to determine if the code that they're sourcing is open source or not, and which Apache license or whatever, So like that would be actually you could actually make like an actual company with this stuff, and then run it on and then you're just querying ChatGPT. But what I would do instead of using ChatGPT, I would use Mistral 7B, or chat API calls, and then you would host Mistral 7B locally. So then this is maybe 30 or 40 different process. This is one function. This is one program running, not Mistral, but the actual agents up here. This is one project running, like one program that's running, and it's just beating up the Mistral 7B, language model, getting answers, and then eventually it results in the actual generation of a Python script, or whatever the end result is of this agent. So I could have an entire like an entire engineering team, or I could have like an entire legal team and then run my business questions through it. So this is a bigger thing than just gaming. This is like I could have like a fleet of 35 lawyers present as roles in a cluster, and then they will debate and go on and on and on until a solution is found for how to move forward. And then I could use that as an actual legal entity, not, I mean, like I'd have to be very careful, and I'm the CEO of my company, so I would be the one that like signs off on like, okay, that's the path we're going with. I confirmed what the AI said. Now, the alternative to that, like the CEO is, you can't always trust your lawyers, right? If you have like a team of 75 lawyers, but if you have a team of 75 lawyers, it's because you're like a really big company. So like you trust those legal heads. They're responsible for that. And if something happens, it's their head. And it's the CEOs too. But like that's the risk of being a CEO, is that, if you know whoever messes up, especially in your cabinet, right? In your circle of trust, whoever messes up, if they mess up, it's your fault too. You messed up. So there's that ownership there, for being a leader of an organization. So in my case, I'd have this cluster, this agent cluster running, and I would interact with it like it's my lawyer or my team of lawyers, and then ultimately, if I take action based on that feedback and it's wrong, and I get sued, it's my fault too. I'm the CEO of my company, and guess who's not responsible? The AI. I can't point at the AI and said the AI failed me. I can, but like morally only, not legally. I can't legally like go after the AI because it's just a large language model. One of the things I want to do is possibly like actually fully turn this into an artificial intelligence channel. It depends on the direction, right? Or at least like have a pretty big section of this channel dedicated to AI. Because why not? My problem right now is I don't have the best resources for training models, but I do have the resources to like execute against 7B. I have an 8 core processor with I think it's I think it's 2 threads each, so I can run 16 threads concurrently. Now, even if I had a team of 35 engineers, right? Like they're not all going to be doing stuff at the same time. So, and it's okay for them to bottleneck against the CPU. That's the whole reason a CPU exists, is to throw data at it or throw tasks at it, and then for it to process the tasks. So of course things are going to queue up. Yeah, I could probably do this. And of course, everything I do is going to be open source, and everything I do is in public. If you want to contribute, contribute. Cool. AI agent what? AI agent brainstorming? Yeah, I kind of want to go on Twitch and add a flag for AI, and maybe even move this out of science and technology. I don't know. I'll keep it in science and technology, but I want to add a label. Um, like maybe no category on purpose or something. Like let's see if I can change my labels on the fly. Maybe pause this the audio anyway. Let me go ahead and go find how the hell to change this. Um, Somehow I need to edit my profile or something. I'm not sure. No, it's like I need to edit the stream itself. I'm doing it on my phone just because like I don't like the UI on the computer. All right, let's do it on the computer because the AI or the UI on the app sucks as well for Twitch.
Let's go over here and figure out where I need to go to change my. I'm not following anyone, am I? Recommended channels? Okay, who's this? Why am I following this? I don't even know who this is. Let me unfollow. Well, come on, just let me unfollow. It doesn't have to be this hard, Twitch. Why is it saying I follow this person? I have no idea even who it is. Unfollow. Okay, so anyway. I just want to go to my stuff. Just let me go to my stuff. Come on, Twitch. What the hell is that? Why is this garbage on? Okay, I see. Alright, gee, what a horrible experience. Customize it. Customize. Let's go find my tags. Can I do hashtags in here? AI programming. AI programming. I don't know if these actually show up as, so I'm not gonna put anything in there. But let's go to my stream and find my labels and tags. Content, community, stream manager. Here we go. How do I edit these? What's that picture? That's not anything to do with me. Why would they put just some random picture on there? Oh, it's science and technology. God damn, what a horrible experience. Come on. God. Get out of here. So I want to get the no category off and put AI. Because it is. I'm doing a lot of AR work. So let me figure out how to change my it's not as easy as just, doing what's intuitive. What's intuitive would be clicking that one button right there, but okay, here we go. So get rid of no category on purpose. Let's put AI. And then tinkering, engineering, computer content, science, social experiment, IRL, builder, Linux. Let's put AI at the front. I can't move them. That's beautiful. All right. We remove one at a time. Tinkering. And then IRL. I gotta remove IRL and then add IRL. And then we'll do builder. I'm putting it in the order I want. So it looks, when you come to my channel, you see like these are the things that we're doing. And then we'll do social experiment. Social experiments. And we'll do engineering. Then we'll do. I'm going to get rid of science. I don't want that on there. We'll do business. Oh, crash. Are you serious? It crashed? Really? Really? It crashed? Jeez. Now I'm gonna have to do the whole damn thing again and find it. Yeah. Whoops. I have to go find it again. It didn't save any of that. It did, but goodness. So we're gonna. This is the content on the channel, by the way. Like we're doing stuff like this. What are viewers? 70,000 followers. Let me see if I can find a better category. AI. No one's following AI. All right. We'll work on category later. Yeah. So I was gonna do business. And I was gonna do Linux. And then I was gonna do, let's see, computer content. And computer science. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10. Now we need to find a better category. I don't even know what the best category is for this. Let's just do IRL. That's not a good thing. Let's do just chatting. Even though I'm definitely not just chatting. Let's see if we can lure some people in for some actual real good content. Because this is well beyond just chatting, but it has a good amount of people right now. There's 28 million people following, so that's a good area to be in. I know what most of that content is, though, but it's fine. I'll be competing against, women in bikinis acting like they're breathing on a microphone. But it's fine. Done. And let's get out of this broken ass, ugly app. All right. So that should introduce more people to the content on the stream. Close out of this. It'll introduce more people to the content on the stream, but it also will introduce more people that are totally outside of the realm of what's going on here, which is fine because I want to attract people from all walks of life. I don't want just engineers on this channel. I don't want just I don't want just people from a certain caste, right? I want this to be a global community of people that are interested in all different kinds of things. And I think the best way to do that is to open up the channel to a wider audience, just in general. I want people's moms to be able to join, that are retired, that have are just sitting around that night, join this and kind of see what's going on. See someone tinkering on AI that's like going to talk and explain it, in a simple way. Yeah, this is a bigger movement than just tinkering on a Linux computer.
It's a bigger movement than anything that I've seen on any social media platform, and we're gonna do it. But we're gonna do it tomorrow. When I started, it was 5.5 hours ago. So I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, which I'm happy about. It's been fun. Um, yeah, this is really good. I think we'll join again tomorrow, and we'll broadcast. I'm not sure exactly what time, but the idea here. Let me VIT real quick. What VIT? The idea here is that there's so many things that we want to work through, and this is even more evolving into like building artificial intelligence tooling, and tinkering on the local computer, and sharing access to people, and running my business. That's not even artificial intelligence. It's just something totally different. There's so many things I want to do, and I want to do it socially, and I want to expand the global consciousness of what's going on with technology, and enabling people and inspiring people, and giving people opportunities to share their work. There's just so many things I want to be able to do with this platform that I think it's just one day at a time. It's going to start slow, and it's not going to be for everyone, especially when you see a terminal like this and there's just notes and you don't see my face. It's by design. I'm not the key I'm not the key component here. The key component is my computer. I'm just broadcasting my computer. I'm streaming what I'm doing from 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 startup to shutdown. From the time that my computer starts until it shuts down, I'm broadcasting everything I do on my computer, which includes running my businesses, going through and learning stuff, making really cool configuration changes to my computer with your input, um, working through deep dives and like implementing ray tracing and doing all kinds of computer stuff and AI stuff, blockchain stuff. So it's just kind of all over the place, and by design. By design. Maybe we'll get into some gaming, working through other different kinds of projects. I want to write that AI agent cluster for essentially having my own lawyers. So purpose lawyers, actual, like my company. I can depend on this. Like um, you know, uh, a team of lawyers, law office. I can also have. Oops, I don't know why enter wasn't working there, but here we go. And then I could also have a team of engineers. Software, a software development agency essentially, and then whatever else. I want to make improvements to my stream, and everything like that's going to be live. I want to do some other entertainment stuff. I want to build a homepage for my local environment that we can open source and other people can use. By the way, everything I ever write, including the agent I just mentioned, is going to be open source. I'm not in the game of like keeping my technology to myself. Um, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff. And I want to do some stuff with a music media player that we play through that homepage as well. So I can have some background music. So it sounds like we're in a club, or not a club, but like a lounge. Like some really good music. We're definitely going to do some gaming. We're going to do some community stuff as well, where people in the community, maybe like once a month or whatever, we have like an after hours where we all get together and just kind of like it's maybe we can have chess tournaments, or maybe we can like talk about fashion trends, or talk about classic cars, or talk about what's going on with like space news. Like it doesn't matter exactly what the topics are, but like definitely want to have some community events once we start getting people here. um and then and then there's operational stuff. It's still like a lot of stuff to like make this stream more stable and a better experience, like chat bots. I'm gonna do some stuff with OBS, and all that stuff's gonna be broadcasted because I'm broadcasting my experience with this computer from the time that the computer is turned on until the time that the computer is turned off every day, at different times too, because I want this to be global. I have friends all over the world. I've traveled all over the world.
I have colleagues. I've managed people all over the world. So like I'm really excited just to have a global audience, a global community. And again, the audience isn't about me. The audience is here for the computer and what we're doing through the computer. Your input is highly needed to make this a success. Um, and we're gonna do 3D printing. We're gonna do all kinds of really crazy stuff. Um, and get status. Oh, sorry. I needed seed in that directory real quick. Get add topics. Get commit. Dash m. Clean up. Get push. And if you want to contribute at all, there's a couple ways you can do so. You can go to my GitHub and like download that topic file I just pushed, which we'll go through in a minute. But you can also join the Discord, and this is where I'm going to be watching because I'm live streaming to YouTube and to Twitch, and I don't have the capacity to watch both stream chats, and I don't. It's just me right now. So when we start getting some moderators in the community, which will be community selected, my voice is I'm just one person in the community. So if we see people in the community that are doing good and helping people and whatnot, then we can raise those people up to be moderators in the community, um, to help kind of keep us on check. So we have an announcement channel, we have links, we have our general chat. This is where if you're watching the stream and you want to watch and you want to communicate, this is the place to do it. You can have your good time in Twitch stream, or Twitch chat, but I'm not going to be watching it. And same with YouTube chat. Like if you're watching in YouTube, cool. But like come to the Discord if you actually want to be a part of the conversation that I'm a part of. Just because I don't, like I said, I don't want to be juggling between two, and I don't want to give more attention to Twitch than YouTube. So if you want to be part of the community, come here. Code reviews. So like if you want to, any repositories that I have that I make out of this, if you want to like make changes and propose changes, you can you can do that, and then like actually make the change and push it to GitHub, and then post the link here, and I will review the code on the stream. We'll do it as a channel. But also, if you are working on something on your own, and like it doesn't even have to be your own project. But if you have a pull request, if you made a code change and you would like my eyes on it and the community's eyes on it, post it here, and we will all take a look. Um, and then second to last, we have suggestions. So if you have any recommendations or suggestions that we as a community can do, for the content or for the channel and the community improvements. Like if you want additional channels or if you want some new emojis or something like that, like add your suggestion here, and we'll try to figure it out and do it. But then finally in Discord, I have the Heckle channel, and the Heckle channel is not for the faint of heart, but it's something that's special to me. So you can say anything you want in this channel, but it has to be at me. It has to target me. So you can say anything you want, as vile as you want to say it, or as nice as you want to say it. But let's be real. You can say anything you want in this channel about me, and I will not ban you. I will not block you. I will not kick you. I will not cold shoulder you. I will not treat you any differently than any other part of the community, any other person in the community. But it has to happen in this channel. So post whatever you want about me in this channel. But that's that. But then like for the people that are just part of the discussion and want to chat, like this is the chat room right here. The only thing that goes in Heckle is heckling me. And then chat is chat, and that's where the community gets together and has conversations and discussing the live stream. But the party doesn't stop when the stream ends. Like you're allowed to be here and you can talk whenever you want. You can say whatever you want, to the degree that you're not hurting other people. Feel welcome to say whatever you want in here, and be courteous. But in Heckle, you can be whoever you want to be. You can be however you want to be, but it has to target me. All right, so I think I've been streaming now for 5 hours and 40 minutes, just about. So I'm gonna hop off here. We'll start again another day, probably tomorrow. Maybe later, maybe after midnight tomorrow. I'm not sure. Because I kind of want to, I've streamed now 2 days in a row where I stopped at about 1:30 at night, my time. So tomorrow would be a good day to run a little bit later and maybe catch some people in other parts of the world. Because my goal is to have this as a global community, as I said.